we'll see what happened there. But anyway, it was all very amicable. I think the GWS boys will stand up and hopefully give him one last win. But keen to see that because he's been at the club for 10 years, got him to a grand final. They didn't win. Obviously, Richmond smashed them, but it's been a pretty great tenure for Leon. So keen to watch those couple of games.
Very interesting. A lot to look out for this weekend and also to catch up on when we meet again next week. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, if you want to catch up ever on any episodes, as we said, Anthony from the Wiggles, he's sitting there ready for you to go check him out. The best of ABC Sport podcasts. And yeah, we will see you next time.
See ya.
Good evening, ABC News. I'm Nicole Asher. The Home Affairs Minister has suggested a Chinese spy ship may have been sent to the coast of Western Australia to coincide with the election campaign. The high-tech surveillance ship was tracked close to a secretive naval communications base at Exmouth that supports American and other allied submarines. Defence Minister Peter Dutton has described its presence as an act of aggression. Karen Andrews says Beijing would be well aware of a federal election will be held in just over a week.
I think we've always got to question what the timing is. I mean, we all understand that China is very strategic. It is very careful about what it does, when it does it, and how it does it.
Federal Labor has ridiculed the Prime Minister's promise to change his leadership style if re-elected on May the 21st. Political reporter Henry Belloy has more.
With just over a week until the election, Scott Morrison has told voters he'll change his approach to the job, arguing strength and resilience were necessary during the pandemic.
That hasn't enabled Australians to see a lot of other gears in the way I work.
Mr Morrison has compared his own leadership style to being like a bulldozer, suggesting a more collaborative approach if he wins on May 21. But Labor's campaign spokesman Jason Clare says the only way to ensure change is to change the government.
This shows just how desperate this Prime Minister is.
Mr Clare says the Prime Minister is trying to fool voters on the eve of an election.
A Nationals robocall attacking an independent challenger is being investigated by the Australian Electoral Commission. Here's ABC Investigations reporter Elise Worthington.
The 40-second recorded message targets constituents in the Victorian seat of Nichols but contains 10 seconds of dead air before revealing the message is authorised by the Nationals. The robocall attacks independent candidate Rob Priestley and his stance on defence, China and border protection and questions who he would support in the event of a hung parliament. The AEC says the call appears to contain an invalid authorisation and it is investigating further.
A prison guard who was the last person to speak to an Aboriginal woman before her death in custody at Melbourne's Dame Phyllis Frost Centre has told a coronial inquest she lied to the woman to stop her making noise. Leanne Wong reports.
Veronica Nelson had been suffering from severe vomiting and cramps for 2 days before she made several calls for help to prison guard Tracy Brown. In one of her final calls, Miss Brown told her to be quiet.
Miss Nelson, you need to try and stop because you're keeping the other prisoners awake.
But today, Miss Brown admitted no prisoners had complained about the noise. Instead, a neighbour had called the prison officer that night asking her to help the Yorta Yorta woman. Hours later, Veronica Nelson was found dead. Miss Brown also conceded she had failed to check on the 37-year-old even after she became unresponsive.
The Premier has defended his government's spend on health, saying the amount will fluctuate based on need. Last week's budget allocated $12 billion to help Victoria's under-pressure healthcare system, including money to recruit thousands of healthcare workers. Daniel Andrews has told a Budget Estimates hearing spending requirements now are very different to earlier in the pandemic.
When you move through a 1 in 100 year event, there are costs associated with that event that are once only, or are funded at a level that is higher at a point in time and therefore comes down once you have achieved your aim.
Ukraine says Russia's military has continued to launch artillery and airstrikes in the southeast of the country as it aims to take control of the region. Tuyong has the details.
Ukraine's military says Russian forces have fired artillery on Ukrainian troops in the direction of Zaporizhia, a major industrial city that's become a haven for refugees. It also says Russian forces have staged assaults on multiple villages in eastern Ukraine as they try to expand control there. Russian forces are transferring additional artillery units to border areas near Ukraine's northern Chernihiv region, where deadly Russian strikes hit a school. Meanwhile, British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says it's vital to keep up the pressure on Russia by supplying more weapons to Ukraine and imposing further sanctions.
To the weather now, cloudy with isolated showers across central and eastern districts, mostly along the divide. Light winds tending moderate north to northeasterly this evening. Partly cloudy in Melbourne after a top today of 19 degrees. Tomorrow a shower or two and 20. Sunday partly cloudy and 21. Monday and Tuesday partly cloudy and 17 degrees. Wednesday a shower or two and 18. Right now in the city it's 17 degrees. ABC News.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, steps on the right foot, scores a level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45. It starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the Immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big time.
He can be a game breaker, this kid. And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
We're gonna be kids.
Throws up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Shuts it down. The big man sorts it out midair. This would be absolutely extraordinary. He is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to kick a miraculous goal.
He can't believe it.
Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
Do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Goes to Vanderbilt. Sweeping hand pass to the ball. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
After a couple of weeks interstate, Friday night footy is back in Melbourne under the roof at Docklands. A rare Collingwood home game in this neck of the woods up against a team who calls this place home most weeks throughout the season in the Western Bulldogs. The Pies, a 6-win team last year. They finished second last. Already they're 4-4, having exceeded expectations under first-year coach Craig McRae. While for the Western Bulldogs, they were 19 points up midway through the third quarter in last year's grand final, conceded 16 of the next 17 goals. They were this close to having a parade, and we haven't seen the best of them since. They're 3-5 to start the new season, and Luke Beveridge's men, all of a sudden it gets a little tense for them tonight up against the Pies to stay in touch with the top 8. My name's Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges with you on Friday Night Footy here at Docklands, and there is a little bit of late drama. Scott Pendlebury is out ill, so as a result, a late change for Collingwood. So Pendlebury goes out and Callum Brown takes his place in the starting lineup. Finlay McRae is the sub for Collingwood, playing against his brother Jack, Meanwhile, Rourke Smith is the sub for the Western Bulldogs. Kelly Underwood's here. Hello, Kel.
It's Friday the 13th, Corbin. It's eerie, it's peculiar, and it's already claimed one casualty in Scott Pendlebury.
Yes.
So the captain of the Pies is out with the flu. And they've been dropping like flies out west as well, because we've got 12 on the injured list for the Dogs. So there's no English and no Waitman for the Bulldogs. Is it cancelled out by the fact that you've got no Grundy and no Ginnivan? And then there's this one matchup that all eyes will be on tonight. I'm a huge fan of Darcy Moore. He's got captaincy aspirations. He's been criticised this week like never before after his opponent Tom Lynch kicked 6 goals, 5 in the first half last week at the MCG. And we all anticipate the matchup against one of the informed goal kickers in the competition in Aaron Norton, who kicked 6 goals. And the Coaches Association, the two coaches, said he was best on ground in that Port Adelaide game last weekend. So bring on Moore v Norton. I feel like you should have the binoculars on the game. I'm just going to watch them all night, if that's all right. Get the popcorn.
I'm with you, Kel. I feel like there's so many threads the whole way through. Adam Treloar, the last time these two teams played was the first time against his old side. Collingwood, of course, who were accused of being a little too friendly that night.
Lipinski's playing against his
and
he had
team for the first
30
time
last
tonight.
week. Probably played his best game for the
There's
prize.
so many good threads across the board, and we'll work our way through them. They're always the biggest days in footy as well when senior coaches depart, and we witnessed that again yesterday with Leon Cameron stepping down as coach of the Giants. He'll lead the team for the final time on Sunday. We'll talk about a little bit of that before the game preview. Our grandstand AFL experts, Cameron Ling. Firstly, hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Great to be with you, and good evening to everybody out there. I'm looking forward to this one. I keep waiting for the Dogs to get rolling. Maybe injuries are going to stop that again tonight. And I've loved the way the Pies play, the excitement and energy and taking the game on under Craig McRae. I'm glad you brought up that matchup. It might be a little bit too much to ask of Peter Knights versus Paul van der Haar, that sort of matchup, but they're both that type of player that they will fly for their marks. Darcy Moore's copped it, and I don't get that. Okay, he had a stinker. He got destroyed by Tom Lynch. All of those people who decided to jump on him and attack him about his $900,000 contract, I love the fact that they've never played a bad game of football in their life. They've never got their starting points wrong. They've never ended up in a situation where they just read it wrong and got towed up. You know what? I played some good footy, but I played some stinking games of football where I got destroyed by players. The challenge is now for Darcy Moore, you just back yourself now and actually respond to that sort of form last week. And he'll do it because he's a quality player, Mick. He's he takes the game on. He does back himself. He'll be fine. One bad game does not mean that he should tear up his contract, and it's a disgrace that he signed a $900,000 a year and can't be captain and all of this. Darcy Moore can play footy. He'll be fine.
That's a hot start from you, Lingy. I love that Craig McRae just announced it during the week as well. Said Moore's going to play on Norton. We're all anticipating it. And
Bring it on.
He's forecast it. Cameron Ling, 3-time premiership player and premiership captain. The man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. Mick Moldhouse is here again on a Friday night. Mick, I understand a new addition to the Moldhouse clan. So grandchild number 10.
Number 10.
Has arrived. Congratulations to everyone since we last spoke.
Tig Moldhouse, my son's son. So 5 girls and 5 boys. It's fantastic.
And 2 basketball teams.
It is. And I'll be in Tassie to see the Hawthorn Sydney game following week. But the side show to that is, of course, seeing my grandson.
So it's something to look forward to.
Absolutely. It is fantastic. It really is.
And Tig as well.
Tig, yes. When he first wrote it, I'm not that good at English. I looked and I thought, has he made a mistake there somewhere? He spelled Tadhg. Now I thought, I'll just wait for my wife and then have to say what the name is, and of course it comes through as...
He's not a Swans fan, is he? Not named after Tig Kennelly?
Well, I tell you what, it'd be very interesting to see who he does Barry for, because Kane was, up until last week, and the week before that, Eagles. So I reckon he's starting to wean off the Eagles. So, but no, he's jumped on the Tasmanian basketball team. So
the Jack Jumpers.
The Jack Jumpers.
He could have called his son JJ.
Well, with Kane's height and Siobhan's height, I got a feeling that little Tig might be having a little bit of height about him. Not Michael Moldhouse height, let me tell you.
By the time Tig plays Auskick, maybe he'll have a team to support down
in
Tasmania, depending on what happens next. Leon Cameron's obviously the story of the week. So he said yesterday time was right for the club to look for their next senior coach. He was first appointed in 2014 as the senior coach. Obviously, previous to that, He was the senior assistant under Kevin Sheedy, but 101 wins from his 192 games in charge, so a 53% winning record. He had 9 years at the helm, played in 5 final series, had a win in each of them, and led the team to a grand final, obviously, in 2019. It felt like it was always going to be tough for him, the parameters that they put on it. They didn't really set a bar on what they wanted him to reach. And we're only 8 games into the new season. It felt early when it came through on Thursday that's it. They've shaken hands, and as of Sunday, he won't coach the Giants anymore.
It goes to show how hard it is to win a premiership and to coach a premiership. It is such a huge ask. The 2016 preliminary final, you remember, Mick, when the Dogs got over the line, that classic prelim final. So it felt like, it's kind of good the Dogs got that one. It would have been a little bit early for the Giants. Giants will win 3 out of the next 5 or 6. They looked so good at that stage. As we now know, it is much, much harder than that. And Leon's done a good job and got them to finals, got them to multiple prelims, got them to a grand final. But just being able to get that group over that next hump and win a premiership, it's such a big ask.
He's won, Mick, just very quickly, this stat, but he's won a final in 5 of the past 6 seasons. Only one other coach has done that, and that's Chris Scott. So it's a remarkable record. Are you surprised the Giants went this early?
Yeah, I am. I really do get disappointed that these things take place. Is he going that bad that the side's not good enough, not going to get there? Right now, we're looking at 7th, 8th, down to 12th, who can't make their mind up to they want to make the 8, because there's so many, even St Kilda, going up to Cairns and getting knocked over from behind, etc., etc. There's... I'll be the first to say that I've got it totally wrong of who's going to play in the grand final. I had Melbourne dropping because I just didn't think that they can maintain it. They're the only side that even look remotely like it. Then you've got to sometimes look at Geelong and say, well, their experience is what will hold them up there. Then you probably think, well, when are the Dogs going to show up? Carlton should be, because now they've lost their full forward. And you keep going through Brisbane. They bring back a forward, they lose a forward. So to me, it's very early. I recruited Leon, so I've had an interest in him. I've watched his career from go to woe. I've always got on very well with him. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's very hard not to read. You know exactly what you got. If he's going okay, he's got a look on his face that there's no contentment. It's just business. When they're not winning, he just wears the weight of the world on his shoulders. He's got a lovely family. They'd be feeling it. I think it's very, very early, and I question the wisdom one and also the reasoning for number 2, and that really bothers me about the reasoning.
Well, because of the early call, my mind straight away went to, well, some conversation must have been had with Alistair Clarkson, or they wanted to have a conversation with Alistair Clarkson. He's now spoken. What could you read anything behind his words when he said, I'm only going to win a premiership and that sort of...
I think that's quite staggering for a start. There's a sort of arrogance in that. I've got to say that. I'm a little bit surprised, and maybe I'm disappointed that would be the outcome, because one of the look, I've coached 4 teams, and I've got to say that the love of it was the challenge to be able to take that group of players or swap and change that group of players until you eventually had a chance to win a premiership. And the word was chance, because as you said, Lingy, I've seen Tommy Hafey won 4 at Richmond, then he went and coached Geelong and Sydney. That great Sydney side, I don't even think it won a final, let alone it got to the grand final. I've seen other terrific coaches. Bobby Rose at Collingwood just couldn't get over the line. We've seen Ross Lyon take... I think he went 2 St Kilda and 1 Fremantle. There's 3, and he was regarded as one of the great coaches while he was coaching, and couldn't get over the line. And it's no disgrace. It just simply is that on the day the side has been better than you, and don't let me just stop at that either. There's other coaches. So for Clarkson to say that, I'm bemused, and these are the things that come about. How many sides are really that close? Who are going to chase a coach? I mean, let's face it. You're not going to be looking at Melbourne. I mean, no. Goodwin's got that while they're playing like they have. Would he? West Coast are failing at the moment, and I don't think that's. I think Simo's the right bloke there. So you wouldn't see Alistair Clarkson, to me, moving from the state. So that brings it back to Melbourne-based football clubs.
So we're down to 8 if you take Melbourne out.
Yes, and take out. Yes, okay. So we've got Geelong out of that side. Okay, then you look at say, I'd say Richmond and Collingwood.
Yep.
They'd be very happy with their coaches the way they've done it. So let's reduce it even further.
Down to 6.
North Melbourne on the bottom. If he can chase North Melbourne, he's going to be God Almighty if he thinks he can win a premiership in the next 12 months or 18 months or 24 months there. So therefore, we'll put them out. Who else we got?
Hawthorn's just
appointed, so that's not going to happen.
Down to 4.
Carlton, Fossey's doing a wonderful job at Carlton. Forget that.
Essendon?
Well, I think Ben Rutten's the right man. Let's give him a chance. He's only been in the job for a long time, but let's not exclude Essendon.
Yeah, Western Bulldogs?
Not a chance. I would have thought so. I think.
What if Brett Ratten misses the finals with St Kilda this year? Because we know Alistair Clarkson's all about his legacy.
No.
Could you see a possibility there?
There's certainly a possibility. I think Brett Ratten has done a terrific job. I think that football club needed a shake-up. It's dropped a game that wasn't necessary because of its financial situation. There's no question in my mind that game going to Kansas cost them. That puts them 6-2 at the time. They're now 5-3 and vulnerable. Their vulnerability exists further because of who they play this weekend. So one would suspect that would be... Didn't you say he's got a farm down the road?
He's got a farm in Victoria, country Victoria, somewhere that he spends a lot of time at.
And he lives in Melbourne. So I personally hope that doesn't take place, not because of Alistair Clarkson not wanting it at St Kilda, because I think Brett Ratten deserves a real run at this side because you can see that they're playing for him.
Can I cover off on one thing? You've said probably staying in Melbourne.
I only say probably.
But understanding the machinations behind the scenes of football clubs.
Yes.
For the Giants to have gone early.
Moved early.
Is the likelihood that any conversation has taken place between the Giants and Clarkson's management to get some sort of... he will consider it if you put something to it.
I'm with you, Lingy, there. There's no question his manager will be bringing around and bringing only certain clubs. In my book, because if Alistair has said that he only wants to coach a side that looks like winning a premiership, one would suspect that they're either in a transformation of all these kids coming through with a good blend, or they're already tapping on the door.
So give me the top 3 clubs that you can see him moving to. Given this is what he said, I want to clarify what Alistair Clarkson said, so we're not putting words in his mouth. It'll pretty much come down to one thing for me. I'd want to get back involved because I want to win it. And if I didn't feel like I was the bloke that could take that club or group of players to win it, then I'll stay out of the game. I've got other things I can do and other passions that I want to chase.
So he's not going to Tassie. So we're writing that.
So give me the 3 where you could see where he could win it.
Well, certainly Greater Western Sydney. I think they've got a very good list. It's a matter of whether they can stay on the ground, and that's been a common thread with them. They just can't keep their best players on the ground.
Port Adelaide?
I wouldn't have thought Port Adelaide. I see Port Adelaide a fair way off, but I know they played in the last 2 prelim finals, but nothing has changed in my mind that they're a premiership side.
St Kilda, if they miss the finals?
Well, I think I don't know whether it's even going to matter whether they miss the finals or make the finals.
Wow. But you could see that.
I think the Saints will probably look at the future and go, because the Saints' history has been awful. And I'm not talking about winning the premiership. I'm talking about committees and everyone else and administration. They have been awful. I'm not necessarily saying this one, but it is a combination of all right the way through. St Kilda have never really threatened one premiership in 80, nearly 100
years. Yep.
So I think that's...
So St Kilda or the Giants?
It's a fascinating juxtaposition where it seems like the jobs that are available with the interstate teams, or there's going to be a few vacancies come up, and it feels like the sentiment is that he wants to stay in Melbourne. If you sort of read between the lines and talk to people in the industry, and if that does unfold in Brett Ratten's case, how unlucky is he? The last time he was coaching a team...
And don't neglect Gold Coast, and I say that with all due respect to Stuart Dew. I think he's doing a terrific job, and they are on the up.
Yeah.
So if they're on the up, and the coach wants to see a side before he takes over on the up, then there's another side.
Can the Suns win a premiership in the next 3 years? Yes or no?
Well, I think if they get King playing and their backline, their midfield the way it is, I'm not going to say I don't think they can be in a top 4.
The Ratton narrative too, remember last time he was coaching the team and all of a sudden there was a super coach out there on the market.
Yes.
And all of a sudden they went
the
and got...
famous Rob Waters question in that media
Yes.
conference when he said if Mick Moldhouse wasn't available, would Brett
Correct.
Ratton still have his job? And he said yes.
Good. I'll tell you one thing about that. There's no way known on earth that I have ever and would ever talk to a club whilst a coach was in the position. Contrary to what public will jump up and say, Collingwood, no, there's no way known that I ever accepted a Collingwood job under any circumstances until that season had finished, and Carlton the same.
Yep. And definitely wasn't implying that as well, Mick, but I
I
appreciate you
we got him fired up, Paul.
Absolutely.
It's Friday the 13th.
Let's head inside the Collingwood camp. Scott Pendlebury are laid out for the Pies tonight, so Callum Brown takes his place in the team. That is the only change. Finlay McRae, the sub for the Pies, and Rourke Smith for the Bulldogs. Jamie Elliott, the injured forward for the Collingwood Football Club, has been good enough to join us. Jamie, appreciate your time.
No worries. Mick, can you just go easy on me? I caught the last bit of that, so just, yeah. Go easy on me.
I didn't think I yelled.
Jamie, I noticed Peter McKenna, obviously club great at the club during the week, but as eye-catching as that was, the most eye-popping thing was you running around on the track looking well ahead of schedule. You're still meant to be another 3 or 4 weeks away from even being close, and it looks like you're just around the corner from returning from a shoulder injury. Can you update us on how you're going?
Yeah, I've had a bit of a different injury with this shoulder, but so it's been 4.5 weeks now. So I've just come off a solid session today, but I'm aiming for next week. Obviously, it's ahead of schedule, but I put a fair bit of time into getting it right and making sure I tick the boxes that I need to get back into contact training, even running. But it's going pretty well.
Just what was the nature of the injury then, I guess, that you're recovering from?
It's a AC joint separation. So basically the ligaments that attach your collarbone to your shoulder, they were all ripped off my collarbone.
Just, Jamie, can I just come in there? The choice of the operation compared to just, I suppose, having that step, which a lot of players in earlier days would just go, okay, the ligament's gone, and it'll just... So the choice is generally, it's around about the same length of time, if I'm right. Is that fair to say, that the operation or just trying to get it right is around about 6 to 8 weeks or 9 weeks?
Well, there are different procedures that you can get done, and it depends on the surgeon as well and what they like to do. So it's funny because I was meant to see someone else, but they had COVID. So I've seen Shane Barwood, and his technique was a little bit different. So there's 3 different ways that I know of. There's the Rico that you can get, there's a dog bone procedure, I think, and then there's the one that he did with me where basically they get 2 wires and a collarbone plate, and they basically tie your collarbone to your shoulder.
Wow. Well, so for you'll be a lot, when you go interstate, you'll be travelling a little bit later than most because of.
I haven't had that problem yet. I do have a little bit of metal in my body, but it hasn't ticked off the alarm. So hopefully it doesn't.
Jamie, from injuries to illness, we know that the captain's out tonight and Ginnivan's out as well. Is it? It's not COVID at all. Can you clarify what's happening within the camp?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of flu going around everywhere throughout the community, not only just football clubs. So I know there's been experience with gastro as well going around. So I'm not aware that it's COVID, but I think it's just a flu that struck like quite a few players down. So hopefully Pendles, I didn't even know till I seen it on Twitter just before. So hopefully he's feeling all right. But yeah, usually it's 3 or 4 days and they're back to normal.
Jamie, what sort of watcher are you of football? Are you the type who'll try and jump in the coach's box and get an understanding of what Craig McRae's looking for from a team? Or do you just want to watch it from home and sit on the couch or come and soak up the atmosphere of the crowd? How have you been taking in the games?
In the past, I've experienced the coach's box. I probably won't go back in the coach's box ever again. And then I do.
Why not? Why not, Jamie? Why not? What's the problem with it?
It gets pretty fiery in there, and when you're not playing, you wonder when you are playing what they're saying about you. So it's not. It's definitely not something that I want to experience again. So But then I do like to watch it at home, but I think as much as I can when I'm injured and capable, I do like to get down there because I know when I'm playing, it's good to see the faces that you train with and the support that they show you. So I do like to get down there as much as I can, even though the seats are pretty uncomfortable. But as much as I can, I do get down there.
Jamie, just before we got to go, we've got a join coming up, but you're obviously off contract at the end of the season, and I'm sure frustratingly you're not playing at the moment. You have I'm pretty sure you're with Adam Ramanauskas, who of course is part of our team on Grandstand AFL. Are you close to re-signing, or where's that all at?
Well, just before my injury, actually, we were about to start chatting about my next contract and how that looks, and then obviously the shoulder injury happened, and I spoke to Rama, and I just wanted to focus on my rehab more than anything. I didn't want any distractions. I wanted to make sure that I got out there as quick as I could and focused on that. So I'm sure those conversations will start again over the next month or two.
Can't wait to see you back out there soon, Jamie. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good, you mate.
Jamie Elliott injured with the AC joint at the moment with the Pies, but just around the corner. So ahead of schedule, opportunity to be back as early as maybe next week or in the next fortnight. A trip to Perth for the Pies to play the Dockers in round 10. Full game preview next.
Ready for some new adventures? Back Roads is back. From the macho mining town of Tom Price in WA to outback Queensland and Tasmania's Cradle Mountain, join me, Heather Hewitt, and some of my fellow guest explorers for a journey to some of this country's most remote towns, full of surprising and memorable characters.
All new Back Roads. New adventures Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Friday night footy at Docklands to start round 9 of the AFL Premiership season. It's Collingwood and the Western Bulldogs. The last time that these two teams met was way back in round 1 of 2021. The Collingwood players criticised for being a little too friendly to Adam Treloar coming up against his old side. Since then, Collingwood have moved on club great Nathan Buckley. They have had 2 presidents since, and they're 9 dates in under their new coach, Craig McRae. Meanwhile, the Western Bulldogs, they were top 2 for most of last year. They had a bit of a dip before the end of the regular season, gave up all the advantages of the top 4, and then went on a run throughout the final series, and were 19 points up midway through the third quarter of last year's grand final, and they haven't been the same since. Conceded 16 of the last 17 goals against the D's, and now they're 3-5, the Western Bulldogs, and right on the precipice as we head into the third month of the season. This is Grandstand AFL Friday night footy at Docklands. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges with us on the boundary. There is a bit of late drama at Docklands as well, with Scott Pendlebury ruled out with illness. So the 6-time All-Australian, who is arguably in All-Australian form again, this time as a halfback flanker in his new role under his new coach, unfortunately won't be there tonight. So in comes Callum Brown. The 2 Medi subs for both teams, Finlay McRae for Collingwood, playing against his older brother Jack, and Rourke Smith is the sub for the Western Bulldogs. It's all ahead of us. Lingy and Mick, Cal, looking forward to this tonight. It feels like the Pies have exceeded expectations early in the new year, and the Western Bulldogs are far below where we thought they would be.
Yeah, you're right, Corbs. This would be a huge step for the Pies. They win this one, they just keep the Dogs further down. We just spoke to Jamie Elliott. He's getting closer to returning. They get a couple of other players coming back in. Collingwood all of a sudden set themselves up to really entrench themselves in the finals with a win tonight. A bad one last week, admittedly, and they got certain parts wrong, and Darcy Moore got it so very, very wrong. Expect him to bounce back. But this is a team that you can see what they are trying to do under Craig McRae, and you see what they're trying to build towards and the way that they're trying to play. It would be a really important win to knock off the Dogs, but also I expect the Dogs to be breathing fire tonight. Surely around the contest, that's where their game starts and ends, really. If they don't dominate the contested ball and they don't dominate the pressure around the ball, they're just a pretty average team. But when they do that, they become that grand final team that we saw last year. So it's not going to be easy. The Dogs will come out absolutely fired up.
Well, so they should, Lingy. But the thing is about the Dogs this year, one of the things probably last year and the year before that, we watched and they had real rhythm. There was something about their game that actually connected backs and forwards. Daniel and
Bailey
Dale probably later. They've been able to do it, but this year not so. I don't know whether the sides are putting a bit more pressure on them. Dale is not kicking anywhere near with the efficiency he has last year. English is not in the side at the moment, and I think he's improved out of sight. As much as I say about Dixon, I've always been a bit harsh on Dixon, but they need him up there to actually spread the workload.
Josh Bruce, sorry.
Oh, sorry,
Yep.
who am I talking about?
You're going back to Tory Dixon.
Yeah. No, actually, I was thinking Port Adelaide. Josh Bruce, that spreads and separates the defence. So right now, the Dogs just don't seem to have that rhythm, whereas I don't think you know what you're going to get with Collingwood. They're hard. They'll keep going at you. There's like a Myercheck is their leading goal kicker, and you'd say, well, where does he rate in the league? Well, he just rates for contesting, and
consistency of how he presents and everything.
And they're another one that really do probably lack that secondary goal kicker at the moment. But and I think we're going to see that at both ends tonight. There's going to be two main forwards. It's which one of those is going to be probably hit more often than the other. Now, if Darcy Moore plays on McNaughton or not on Norton, I'm not 100% sure he's the right matchup. Now, I'd say he's going to grit his teeth, but that's going to take away the way he plays his best footy. So I know that the coach has already declared that Norton and Moore will go head-to-head, but I just think it imagines the player that, for me, lets Moore then be an intercept player. And I think that's the only way that Collingwood can win it, is if they keep Norton away from the goals, kicking 5 or 6 goals. I don't think anyone else is capable of kicking any more than 2 or 3.
Well, you see the goal kicking list for tonight, Nick. It's Myercheck and Norton as the only double-figure goal scorers.
Yeah, and the second ones are both out, though, too.
Yeah.
I think the second ones are both teams are both out.
So it's the challenge for both the teams, isn't it?
Yeah.
And for the Bulldogs, you look at them and you think, well, who's it going to be? If it's not Norton, if Norton is held to 2 goals tonight, where do the other goals come from? Because their midfield isn't a high goal scoring team. Now you could throw Bont down there and he can play there.
He's the one that's probably the most equipped to kick the ball. Because Waitman's out. Now, Waitman's one of these players you'll kick through. Like, I know he went nearly all season kicking a goal a game, but you need consistency of 3 or 4. Now he's out. So you're spot on. This is where it may be a low scoring game, but nonetheless, someone's going to end up in front. And it's going to be the side that can probably defend that key forward a bit more. And also, it still gets back to that position you played in. You control the midfield. You generally control the way the game's played. And they're both at each other. I mean, you have a look at that. Both got different sort of ruckman in there because of key ruckman out. They've got midfielders in there that are hard. I mean, Taylor Adams is as hard as a cat's head. So, I mean, you're not going to get, Liberatore might go to him. Who knows? I don't know if there's even any tagging in there.
But that's where Pendlebury being out is a huge out.
Oh,
because
yeah,
I know, as you said, Corbs, off half back, and he's composed down there and he controls things. But I still remember that Anzac Day game where he just changed the game entirely.
Totally the course.
So you had that option of throwing him in the middle of the ground. You don't have that tonight. So who else is it? I'm not sure. It'll be a terrific game.
It's a Bulldogs away game, so they're already out on the ground. We're just awaiting the arrival of the Magpies. Just repeating, Scott Pendlebury, a late out. So Finlay McRae, the sub for Collingwood, and Rourke Smith for the Western Bulldogs. The other story of the week was the latest developments with Hiridia Lumumba, who made claims against Gary Pert, who was the then chief executive in the time, for what happened in 2011. Where he claimed that while heavily intoxicated, he made inappropriate comments in front of players' wives and partners. There was also an incident which he referred to with an assistant coach who showed a pornographic image during a team meeting to emphasise a point he was making. Now, Nathan Buckley engaged with Lumumba in a way that he hadn't previously in a series of tweets online and spoke about it during the week. There was a recording that was released, and in the end, Kel, by the end of the week, Hiridia Lumumba had essentially said that the issue is over as far as he's concerned, and that's essentially the last that he's going to engage with the Collingwood Football Club on it, having previously said that he's detached from all communications with a club, of course, which he won a premiership.
Both parties, which stands out, Corbin, are still so upset and still so hurt, aren't they? Further mudslinging in public probably doesn't help either of them. Nathan Buckley's no longer the coach, so does it affect the club that's about to run out here tonight? I wouldn't have thought so. Some might still be in contact with Lumumba, probably most aren't. The only really question I think, Mick, that's left to ask going forward is Nathan Buckley obviously wants to coach again. Does it affect his proposition or his prospects, rather, of coaching a club if you're a board and you're considering him as a coach?
Well, that's a very good question, Cal, and that's really caught me by surprise. That wasn't the question I thought you were going to ask. Well, I guess, look, everything is taken in consideration. Let's face facts. There's no doubt in my mind that H was hurt by what took place. People only talk about, if they're not hurt, they don't bring it up. So he was hurt. I still remember the famous words of people who have said, unless you've walked in someone else's shoes, you never know. And I think it's too easy just to judge someone and go, oh, well, get over it. If that hurt is still there, a simple apology some years ago would have been the most appropriate thing said. Now let's get back to what the question was. I don't think in the overall thing will go, we're not going to put him on because of what took place. It may come up in conversation if they were talking about it, but I think that's as far as it'll go.
Have you spoken to Heredia?
I did some months ago, yeah. I was unaware that he was... I knew he was overseas, but he's living in LA. So I spoke to him at a time there about how he felt, and he told me how he felt.
So this obviously reached a crescendo after you were at the football club as the senior coach, but is there part of you that looks back on it and probably this adds the emotion more than anything, that you think, gee, this is a club that I left, a lot of premiership players that were there, obviously your relationship with Nathan as your assistant, and obviously he takes over as a senior coach, and this is a mess. I mean, with 2022 and it's still, as Kel said, there's so much hurt.
Yeah. Well, I think there's only one person hurt, and until that person is not hurt or something takes place, i.e. an apology, just to say sorry for what took place and be genuine about it. Mark Robinson was very good. I know we're supposed to talk about the New Zealanders, but I thought Mark Robinson's comments were quite good during the week, that things should have been done ages ago, and still 10 years later or whatever it is, we're still talking about. We shouldn't be talking about it. It should be one of those things. But Harry felt, and that's what I call him, saying that's what I've been part of. He still feels grieved about it, and I just think that you don't just say sorry. I wasn't aware, or we weren't aware, or whatever the case may be. And if he's going to drop it, Lingy will say to you, I'm glad that Lingy's here because he's a premiership player. He's a player who hasn't coached, except his sons, so he knows what it's like with the other 21 players in his team. It's a bond that you can't break. I don't know, the 2010 side, I hope that bond hasn't been broken. We'll only know about that when we have our get-togethers and so forth, and where the players talk to one another. And I refuse to get involved in players where they like each other, don't like each other. That's good enough for me. But he's one of my premiership players, and I'll respect him as such, and I loved him as such.
So you were back at Collingwood recently. I know I said I'd only ask one question. Now we're 3 down the track. I hope you don't mind. But if there is a premiership reunion around the corner, and I imagine what it'll be 15 years in a couple of years' time.
Well, we didn't have the 10-year one because of COVID.
So say Collingwood came to you and said, hey, Mick, we're going to have a premiership reunion. Whether it's on behalf of you and just the team, even separate from the Collingwood Football Club, would you reach out to H and say, mate, would love you to come back and celebrate the premiership?
Absolutely. Yep. I think it's important. So I've got one coming up this year over in the West, and that's coming up in a few weeks, actually, for the 1992 one. That's 30 years, and I'd be hoping, looking at that side and thinking, well, do they need a hand for me to talk to someone who may not be there? But and obviously the same for 2010. Makes no difference at all. They're part of something that, when you've done it, you understand it.
Can I add to that, though? I think, and not to put myself into that situation, but teammates of mine some don't quite get along with each other, some didn't quite finish at the club perfectly. I think it also takes the other players to reach out to that person. Now, again, I'm not talking about the Collingwood situation. I'm talking about mine. On a couple of occasions, it's needed myself and one or two other players to say, please come along. It's about us and what we did together and the bond that we had as teammates, not about how perhaps things finished 5, 6, 7 years later. So it's not just going to be Mick who may have to reach out. I think that player bond is something that can bring somebody back into at least an environment where you're amongst your teammates again and you feel that specialness again. That's really important for that healing process.
Lingy, you said something just a couple of seconds ago. It's probably not going to be good that you've said it because you don't like that thing, but it just made me feel so much better. I have heard there's a few players in our 2010 that don't get on and aren't talking for one reason or another, and you think, oh God, this is just my 2010 side, because I know my 1992 side and 94 side and etc. Basically they get on pretty well. So you're saying to me that the mechanics, because you all get there together, you wear the same jumper, you win a premiership, so there's a few that just don't.
Strangely, that's the thing that I almost feel most proud and special about, that you can bring a group of people together, all at different skill levels, different motivations, different upbringings, different everything, and in some cases who don't particularly like each other, but you can all get them to look past that and have them playing and performing together and really professional attitude to what you're trying to achieve. Absolutely, I've got teammates who don't like each other.
That's look, with all due respect, it's music in my ear. Your 2000 earliest one was what? 2007. So you've had one of 10-year one.
Yep. I do one every year so every year I organise one.
So the club one though. So let's say a 10-year club one.
We've had 2 10-year club ones organised where we just go along and watch a game together in a box at the game. But every single year I invite all the players who were on the list from 07 to 11, so not separate them into years. Every coach, every trainer, every medical staff, all the staff and everything, just anyone and everyone who was at the club during those 5 years.
And you play?
VFL listed. No, Cal. But I love the fact that everybody who contributed to those premierships gets together. Now, on some of those occasions, we had to gently bring some along to just to break the ice and get them there. And it's been wonderful when they've come, because then straight away they get back into, oh, yeah, I love that person, I love that. And yeah, okay, some aren't hanging out the whole day.
Yeah.
That's the nature of a bunch of
stuff.
Is
it a game or a pub, or what do you
usually at a hospitality venue somewhere.
So it's not a game where you go to and you watch the game.
No, and without everyone looking at anything like that. Okay. Just a nice space where you can spend time together again.
It's a bit like the five of us on Friday night footy, Mick. We get our personalities and somehow we're able to gel and work together every Friday night.
We show photographs.
And there's a few of us in here that don't like each other as well. Keep that to ourselves.
You keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
Guess which one Cal doesn't like, Nick.
You touched on the game off the top, and of course the key matchup, Moore and Norton. Final words, Lingy and Mick, for tonight. What are we in for here?
I'll be looking at the first 5 minutes, Corbs, in the middle of the ground, and the ferocity of the contest and the pressure and the hunting by the Bulldogs to get a gauge on what Bulldogs we're going to see tonight. If I see that, Mick, I start thinking, okay, this is the Bulldogs that can seriously play. But if it's not there, they don't have other weapons up their sleeve, and then Collingwood well and truly win this one.
Before we get your predictions, Mick, there's a bit of drama. Obviously, we know Scott Pendlebury a late withdrawal because of the flu, but Bailey Williams copped a knock to the head in the warm-up. He's come off the ground. It looked like he was bleeding with a cut above his eye. I know we'll get down to Tim Hodges when he's in position down there on the boundary, but he's in a discussion with a physio and a doctor down there at the moment, and I think they might be doing a concussion test on Bailey Williams. We know that they've got 12 out injured. They just can't take a trick, this team, at the moment.
No, I think you're right.
Him up, though, haven't they?
Yeah.
This is a fitness test, isn't it? That he's doing at the moment.
And the other player there is Anthony Scott, who's having his elbow strapped. So I don't know if those two things are related, whether there was an errant arm on the way through, but he's also chatting with the medicos. And as you touched on, Bailey Williams doing some run-throughs. So the coin toss about to happen as Marcus Bontempelli makes his way to the middle of the ground. And Jeremy Howe is there with him, who's the acting captain tonight in Pendlebury's absence. Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary. Hodgie, what can you tell us from down there? Good evening to you.
Yeah, that was a real scare for Bailey Williams as Marcus Bontempelli wins the toss. The Dogs will kick to the, I think it's the Coventry end. They've taken the signs down now, so that's the left of the television if you're at home watching the TV, listening to us. So Bailey Williams got caught up in a tackling drill, clashed heads and split open above the right eye, came off the ground with both doctors down to the room, so maybe a stitch or two has been put into that eye. They then spent a lot of time talking to him just to tick off to make sure that he was okay, and he seems to have cleared the protocols. These guys, two sides who have had the flu demolish their clubs in the past 10 days. The late change is the massive one. It's Scott Pendlebury, who is out with the flu, joining Jack Ginnivan, who is also out with that same illness. As a Collingwood club official told me, pretty much every single person in the club, and that's in the AFL program, the VFL program, the netball program, in admin, have all had this bug in the past 10 days. It's very similar at the Bulldogs, where Tim English, he ticked off past the hamstring issues, but he's out today with illness. So, this will be a factor. Adding to the mix is the unusually warm evening. It's still 18 degrees. People around me wearing T-shirts in May, so I think that will take a toll. Close to a sellout the Pies are expecting, so mid to high 40,000s. The Docklands is going to be rocking. Should be a ripper game. The Dogs cannot afford to be 3-6 by midnight tonight.
Thanks, Hodgie. And the new name that you'll hear throughout the night, Luke Cleary in jumper number 36 for the Western Bulldogs, the 20-year-old on debut, overlooked in his draft year, but makes his AFL debut tonight as a 20-year-old. So a huge opportunity for the Pies to get themselves to 5-4. And for the Western Bulldogs, last year's beaten grand finalists, it's tense early as we enter round 9 on Grandstand AFL. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And the two replacement rucks are going to go at it. Sweet wins it easily against Cameron. McRae put his head over the ball. A quick handball from Bontempelli starts in the middle to Liberatore. A long one. There's the matchup. The two long hair and the two headbands, Darcy Moore and Norton. It comes out the wing where Poulter's able to collect it and gives it to Dacos. Big fly at half forward. Ollie Henry was there off hands. Bontempelli reads it best. Has a bounce across half back and then kicks laterally where he's able to hit up his teammate. And this is the debutant Luke Cleary streaming out of defence on the outer side. He kicks from the defensive side of the wing to the attacking side of the wing. Pouncing on it was Bailey Smith. He kicks and marked in the pocket by Buku Kamas. So it was set up by the debutant Cleary across half back. And it was Bailey Smith getting involved, and Buku Kamas outmarks his opponent in the right forward pocket at the northern end. He's setting up for the set snap. 15 metres out, both boots on the boundary line. He spins onto his left, and they've got the opener. And look at Kamas turn to the crowd. The cheer squad right in front of him, and he enjoys that, and so too do his teammates. So the Dogs break through first in the opening 1 minute and 20 seconds here under the closed roof at Docklands. 1 straight 6 to the Pies, yet to go inside 50. Let's get down for an update on Bailey Williams. Hodgie.
Kel, it's still a factor for the Bulldogs. He's had to start on the bench. He's been back down to the rooms, and they just actually right now they can't stop the bleeding above his right eye where it's been opened up in the warm-up. So they've got to stop it bleeding before they can even think about making sure they can get him back on the ground.
Nice little moment just before the bounce where Norton went over and a nice handshake with Darcy Moore and a very big smile on Norton's face to say, hello and welcome, I'm ready for you.
What a great mark. That was a terrific mark under pressure. And I've got to say, that's a good start to the Dogs moving to the ball too.
The 22-year-old Buku Kamas with the first goal of the game as Cameron wins the hit out back in the middle, but down to Jack McRae, the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Liberatore, kicks over halfway, high up and under in the centre square. And the non-controlling umpire spotted one, a high over the shoulder free kick for the left footer and Scott, who swings his drop punt out to half forward. Mark taken by Bont. Nice to have him back. Hand pass to Bailey Dale. Kicks a cannon from half forward. It's just short. Helped through on the line. And it's Darcy Moore getting back with a goal saver. Knocks it through. So the Bulldogs 1-1. Collingwood yet to score. 2.5 minutes in.
Kicking goes straight down the ground. It's been marked by De Goey. It feeds off to Lipinski. They've got them out the back here. Henry's marked in front of Richards. 48 metres out on a slightish angle.
fantastic aggressive play by the Pies. Really aggressive from fullback.
Gee, the kick in was nice, wasn't it?
Just
straight up the middle.
And didn't wait for people to settle. That's the way you get either a 1v none or 1v1. That's the way to move the footy. Well done by the Pies.
Coast to coast, if Henry can finish off the good teamwork. Slightish angle from 51 metres out as he got it in his black boots. He's got the distance, not the accuracy. It just fades to the left at the last moment. One behind for the Pies. The Dogs 1-1-7.
Yeah, just hit the post. It was a good kick.
Daniel,
well done.
Daniel on the kick out comes wide to Dale, and Myercheck had to close some space late. Linging got a fist in there, knocks it out of play. So a throw in half forward for the Pies.
He just never gives up. We were singing his praises
exactly.
before about how he presents and how he competes. He loved that, doing the defensive work as well.
Pendlebury are laid out for the Pies. Callum Brown into their 22 from the boundary throw in. Adams hand pass and turnover. Got it to Daniel, to McRae. He turns it over. Half forward for the Pies. Cameron hand pass to Josh Dacos on the run. He misses. Across the face. And a drop punt. Misses to the far side. So a minor score for the Pies. The Western Bulldogs 1-1. Collingwood 2 behinds. 4 minutes in. Doggies by 5 points. Grandstand AFL.
McRae up the middle. Great kick. Oh, sorry, Ed Richards
Bailey
it
Dale.
is.
Yep, Dale straight to... It was Richards.
He just floated into that middle part of the ground. Bailey Dale spotted him, and Collingwood was sound asleep.
It was a laser-like kicking, wasn't it? Oh, Richards has got himself in trouble. Noble's tackled him. He's had to give the handball to Gardner, but he's gone.
Don't know why. He's hand passed it. He's got grabbed and he's hand passed the football.
So Noble is going to be rewarded for holding the ball because Richards got told to play on. He was so in two minds he didn't know what to do, and Noble pounced. A couple of kicks out from goal. So he's just going to pop it deep, right to the top of the square. Sweet dropped it in the end. Handball quick comes out of there from Liberatore, throws it on the boot. It's been picked off by Maynard. He's got someone right in just inside 50, but he couldn't hit up the target. It was Adams, 45 out directly in front all by himself. And backing back was Riley West, who chopped it off for the Dogs.
He's one of the 5 inclusions for the Dogs from the side that was beaten by Port Adelaide. Goes short to Bailey Smith, comes wide to Karmas, and he chips down the boundary line. And here's Aaron Norton, so a long way up the ground. Marks just in front of the interchange, goes short to Scott. And he's got it still in that launch pad. 70 metres out, left half forward for the Bulldogs. Goes short to McRae. His brother Finlay, the sub tonight for Collingwood. As Jack McRae here kicks into the pocket, Cordy the target. A little nudge, comes through to McNeil somehow. Dunkley keeps it alive, kicks back to the goal mouth. Straight to Cameron, who kicks a torp out of defensive 50.
Keith spoils from behind. It bounces the way of Smith, who tries to get the handball over the top. Plenty of Pies, though, around this, and they're able to work it with quick hands out of the defensive 50. Lipinski had to be quick, and he was. It's a hot ball to Degoe, who puts it on his left out in front of Hoskin Elliott. Can he keep it in play? He does. He wheels around. He looks ahead. He kicks to half forward, and on the end of a long lead is Myercheck. Left half forward, he's just going to pop it over the top for Chris. Coming late, closing was Richards. Did well, put his body on the line, goes back to Daniel. And then the kick coming from McComb has been chopped off by Noble for the Pies. So Noble getting involved with a couple of good moments in this opening term.
So Noble sends a high ball inside 50, leap from Begg at the back, spills down underneath McComb of the Bulldogs, gives it to Daniel, quick hand pass to Keith, back to McComb under pressure, fights through the crisp tackle, hand pass to Libba, and he kicks out of the defensive 50 up to the wing. Ball spills to Nick Dacos, hand pass away to side bottom, so Pies back with it, 70 out, hand pass to Adams, high up and under, kicks inside 50, Henry forced to spoil, spills down to Degoe, breaks one tackle, taken to his knees, gets a hand pass to Josh Dacos, who kicks a high up and under 2 to the top of the goal square. And Keith's back takes the saving mark for the Bulldogs. Last line of defence, and boy are they happy to have Alex Keith back, the Dogs.
Dogs by 5 points, 1-1-7 to 2 behinds after 7 minutes of play here. The round 9 opener under the closed roof at Docklands. They work it by foot, the Dogs, out of the defensive 50. Liberatore hitting up West, who's on the edge of that centre square, and then Norton a long way from home, so just getting a bit of separation on Darcy. Now he wants to run around Darcy Moore, the player, the man on the mark. Into the pocket he goes. How clever. Held off Sweet with his left arm, dabbed it down to Noble, who gives it to Maynard, and then the kick comes to Darcy Moore. Warm applause for Moore. He goes down the line, the city wing, and he does well. Hoskin Elliott marks uncontested. Back into De Goey. This is all uncontested and too easy. Sweeps the handball out wide to Cameron, who keeps it short, and Henry's on the end of it. Is there any dog defenders out there at all? Because that was just like a training drill for the Pies as Henry goes back and tries to line up. He missed a set shot already. This is a little closer. The angle's a little tighter, Lingy, but he's lining up for the first goal for the Pies tonight.
He's getting to some good spots. He's going to dish it off. Bad mistake now.
Oh, and he's coughed it up. A chance for the Dogs. Sweet gets involved. Had it, lost it. Comes back now to Bailey Smith, who's going to make them pay. Norton marks at half-back for the Bulldogs. So
bad kick by Ollie Henry, but I don't think Jordan De Goey should have been calling for that. Just said to the younger player, calm down, go back, have your shot. It wasn't much better position.
Norton to Cleary to Richards. He kicks to Dunkley and he's going to give it back to Ed Richards. His kick inside 50, touched on the way through by Tyler Brown. Ricochets to Quaynor, fumbles twice. Now he's under the pump, turns it over. Scott links up with Richards, who keeps on moving, hands it inside 50. Here's Treloar. Remember him, Collingwood. Adam Treloar threads it from the forward pocket. Kicks the Dogs second. And Collingwood, who had a set shot at the other end, Ollie Henry gave it up, trying to thread it through to his teammate in the corridor. And as so often happens in our great game, the Dogs go straight down the other end and make them pay. The Western Bulldogs 2-1-13, Collingwood 2 behind. 9 minutes in, McMoldhouse, Cameron Ling.
He was 35 metres out, pretty much straight in front. Let Ollie Henry just kick the goal.
Well, that's the first thing you do, Ling. And as a teammate, you should be encouraging. Let me just say about Treloar's goal, for those that aren't watching TV and listening to us, that's one of the hardest goals you'll ever kick, because you are on the left-hand side of the ground. You've got to kick right, but you've got to straighten up, and most players overcorrect, very much overcorrect, and end up kicking to the right-hand goal. That is a wonderful, steady goal. He knew he had an extra metre up his sleeve.
At full pace as well. Bounces perfect in the centre. Cameron only as far down as McRae. Toe pokes it towards Treloar. The two number ones go at it. Lipinski takes off after Treloar. The kick inside 50 has been spoilt by Howe over the boundary line.
Lingy, I've just got to say, I can't really work out why McNaughton is playing a long way up the ground, because he's able to get away from Moore, but he's not exposing Moore's lack of one-on-one type of play, key play.
Spinning ball back in right on the 50 here for the Dogs, but it's all the Pies. Quaynor by hand to side bottom, who goes backwards to Dacos. That's Nick Dacos and his kick. It is out on the full. So it'll be a free kick here for the Dogs. Bailey Williams will take it. He's cleared that concussion issue and got an early elbow to the head during the practice. He looks and launches towards Norton. Couldn't take the mark. Pulled it with a fresh airy. It pops up to Bailey Smith, who goes goalward. And he just misses a quick snap from a standing start. Bailey Smith. Supposedly the news headlines this week, Cameron Ling, were that he's had a haircut. It looks exactly the same to me.
Which one?
I tried telling my kids he'd had a haircut because I don't want them getting a mullet, but I don't think this is a good proof
I
of
fell
a
for it. What do they call it? Clickbait. I clicked because I wanted to see him with a decent haircut.
Well, my kids would say which one got cut, which hair. I'm going to make a theory here. If you get McNaughton out of the way and you take Darcy Moore out of the, who can defend deep for Collingwood? That may be a way of perhaps using the next player in.
The Pies work it up to a contest on the wing. The umpire calls for it, so a ball up. Cordy palms it down for the Bulldogs, but to Lipinski. Hand pass out to side bottom. He's caught. Chase down tackle by West. Spills to McRae of the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. Kicks to the hot spot. Off hands. It scoots through to Karmas. He got boot to ball as he's run down. And Karmas has kicked 2 in the first 12 minutes. Buku Karmas. He was running in line with the goals and just got a fortunate read off the stoppage. He was in the right spot. And as he's run down from behind, just got boot to ball and it bounces through an unguarded goal square. So the Dogs with the hot start, 3-2-20, Collingwood 2 behinds. 13 minutes in on Grandstand AFL.
Well, if I could describe the way the Dogs play at their absolute best, it was that passage leading up to the goal. So just down in front of us, there was an initial contest. The ball was bubbling around everywhere, lots of numbers from both teams, pretty even numbers. The ball then spilt 7-8 metres outside of that to the next contest. Straight away, 3 Dogs, One Collingwood player got over to the next one. Dogs cleaned it up because, of course, 3 beats 1. Then they're out and they're open, and then that leads to the goal. When the Dogs can hunt like that and outnumber, multiple outnumbers, that's when they're dangerous.
Dogs by 18 points, eerily quiet here on Friday night footy. It is Friday the 13th because they're winning it out of the centre again. Bailey Smith inside 50, backing back was Moore. Quick hands by Bontempelli to Norton, who can slide it through. Make that the first 4. It's a Collingwood home game. Most are Pies fans. Most have nothing to cheer about right now because the first 13 minutes of this game have been all Dogs. They've set the tone early, 4-2-26. The Pies still yet to break through for a major with 2 behinds.
I reckon I've counted 3. I know there's been 3-4 centre bounces. I know 3 that the Dogs have cleaned up and put real pressure. Now, I don't know about the 4th one. Maybe they've got the 4 of them. But that's an area where... Now, Penalty wouldn't have been in the middle. I know he was in there against Essendon the last quarter. So not much has changed there, but the delivery going into the forward line has meant that the Dogs have been able to clean up when the ball goes in there. Now, that is... I think you've got to start looking at what's happening in front of the ball and behind the ball as well.
Exactly the start that Luke Beveridge would have wanted. First 4 goals for the Bulldogs. Sweet wins the hit out in the middle. Bailey Smith, hand pass to McRae, rides the bump, gives it back to Sweet, links up with Dunkley, drives it deep inside 50. Howe spoils out to the boundary line, and it'll run out of play with Maynard giving chase and a boundary throw in, 20 out from the Bulldogs goal.
So the clearance count is 6-2. The opening set's gone to the Dogs. The Dogs have been the best clearance team the last few years. We haven't seen it this year.
That's exactly it. Said first 5 minutes, what could I see from the Dogs? We're seeing it. They are destroying them around the ball.
Sweet wins the head out from the throw-in. Here's Poulter, who hooks his kick out of the defensive 50 for Collingwood. Callum Brown and Cleary close to the boundary line, and they share it out of play. And so we're throwing 60 out from the Bulldogs goal.
And what that relies on now is the Dogs are dominating. It's living in that forward 50. Yeah. So now Collingwood, the only way they're going to score is to go coast to coast.
Out of the back line.
And that brilliant ball movement. We've seen it work once or twice. I don't think it can consistently work.
Here's Sweet, straight down to Treloar, throws it on the left boot. Pile in from all angles. No one can take it in the air. Smith picks it up. He's dispossessed. Stolen there by Maynard. He goes to ground. Crisp it was rather. Treloar's got him. Adams. So it was Treloar getting Adams rather, who flicks it wide. And now Jack McRae, who's going to line it up from right on 50, and he's offline. So a let-off there for the Pies. Nothing going their way at this stage.
First time all year, Collingwood have conceded 4 goals in the first quarter, and they did it in the first 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So very unusual. They generally started well, Collingwood trailing only twice at quarter time previously this year.
Corbin, I'll say now that the Dogs have had quarters or starts like this, but they don't persist. This is the year that they've been really patchy. That's why I say about Collingwood, generally you know what you're going to get with the Dogs. They can look like this, but then they fade away. So this will be the test between now and the end of this game, but perhaps this quarter.
Hoskin Elliott marks the kick out and then kicked it into the man on the mark. So ricochets out of bounds. Throw in half forward for the Bulldogs. Sweet wins it down. Crisp there though for Collingwood. Gives it to Adams, who's under the pump. Dispossessed. The Dogs all over them. Treloar got it out to Sweet. Tumbles a kick into the pocket. Karmas out to meet it. Tackled. Dispossessed. Cordy falling over the pack. Ump lets them roll. McComb hand pass out to Bailey Smith. Runs back onto his right boot. Perfect kick. Got it back into the spot that he wanted it. A marking effort from Duray drifting forward.
2 umpire decisions. One said Dunkley. Mark and the other one said no mark.
Yeah. It'll be Dunkley, and they're going to pay the mark.
Oh, had to pay the mark. He had full control of it. Didn't you? Am I seeing that?
No, I agree. We're about to see the replay, the kick across.
Then he gets dragged out.
Good big chunk of it. That's it. Good overrule by the non-officiating umpire. This is huge trouble signs for Collingwood. Dogs are hunting around the ball. Pressure's huge. They are dominating the contest.
Dunkley moves in, set shot, sneaks it through. The Bulldogs have started like they've been shot out of cannon here. They've kicked the first 5 inside 18 minutes. The Western Bulldogs 5-3-33. Collingwood 2 behinds. It's the Dogs by 31 points.
5 Pies players yet to touch the ball, and we've gone 17 minutes in this opening term.
I bet you're all forwards. It's been down there.
But it's the simplicity of the repeat outnumber, Mick.
Yep.
There's one contest. It's not perfect. It spills out. That's the Dogs to the next one. Bailey Smith just keeps appearing at the next contest. And what he's doing is creating a 3v2, 4v3, 2v1. And the Dogs, the extra numbers, just cleaning it up at the next contest.
What these figures bear out, 27-16. That is remarkable early in the first quarter, or halfway through the first quarter.
Bailey Smith down in the forward line. He's got Quaynor keeping him company. It's McRae, Liberatore and Treloar here at this centre bounce. As Sweet launches, flicks behind him. Liberatore off to Treloar. If that's the way you're going to play football, just like this, the kick landed in the lap of McRae, who gave it to Liberatore, who sends it inside 50, and it's marked by McComb on the end of a long lead. They are all over them at the moment, the Dogs. They've kicked the first 5. Pye's yet to break through for a major. Into the pocket, a big launch, and Dunkley, has he claimed another one? The umpire says yes. The umpire says Dunkley has taken a second mark in the pocket.
Well, it didn't hit the ground, it's a mark. So he's taken it all the way down, then it's come out of his hands. And
it's hit the ground.
So I don't know whether I would have paid that one.
No, I reckon the umpire just blindsided. It looked like it landed in his lap, but no, that's hit the ground.
Right forward pocket, 15 metres out, exactly where Karmis kicked the opener. Dunkley's got 2. He's got more than the Pies after the first 19 minutes. The Dogs have got the first 6, and the Pies are yet to score, just 2 behind. So it's 6-3-39. Collingwood 2 behind. The Dogs lead it by 37 points. And we're about to tick into the 20th minute of football here.
Yeah, it's a long, long way back. But for Collingwood people, if they can just get one, it'll pull that, it'll just break that bit of a pattern up. At the moment, the pattern is clear the ball, and you end up scoring.
The trouble is when the Dogs play like this, Mick. This is the grand final type Dogs.
Yeah, I realise that, Lingy, but they've done it a couple of times this year. In Adelaide around them in Ballarat. Yeah. They've got to persist with it. But mind you, Collingwood can get back.
First 6 of the game now for the Bulldogs. Sweet back in the middle, palms it down. And McRae got a hand pass out in front of Treloar, sockers it out of the centre square. Bailey Smith runs up to meet it. Hand pass missed. Bailey Williams, he goes back, collects, now sends it deep inside 50. The bot out to get it, was touched on the way through, and he can't control it over the boundary line. A throw in forward pocket for the Bulldogs, but they're deep inside 50 again.
They've now got this Collingwood backline really rattled. So Bailey Smith ended up with Darcy Moore. If that kick had gone deeper, it was Norton v Quaynor. Complete mismatch.
Over the head of both rucks from the boundary throw in. Libba scoops it up for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bailey Smith to Williams. High up and under, out on the full.
And can I jump in again? Sorry, Corbs. Isaac Quaynor needs a little chat because he is a million miles off at the moment. The Treloar goal was him where he fumbled and then got stepped around. He's now just letting his opponent, which is Bailey Smith in the forward line, do whatever he wants. Yeah. He needs to readjust his starting points. He's got it all wrong.
And Bailey Smith has had more touches than any other player out there. 11 disposals. Tackle applied by the Dogs. Going without it was Myercheck. Adams is able to pounce. Give it off to Degoe. Quaynor's got it in the middle of the ground. Oh, it's a fumbling handball to Noble. Put him under the pump. Could be stolen here by Bailey Dale. Basketball slut style to himself. He wins a free kick for holding when he didn't have it. So Bailey Dale in the centre of the ground. Keeps it low. Bontempelli loses his opponent. He wheels around on the left. And the snap missed. Didn't have the bounce. Bontempelli. Was it Howe he lost? Howe went to ground. And Bontempelli with an absolute sitter in the end. He had time.
Yeah, he did have time. It's amazing. You're right, Lee. Every attack now has to come from the back line.
Maynard straight down the pipe. The goalie marks at centre-half back. They're ranked 16th in the Collingwood for conceding marks inside 50, and the Dogs have clunked a few already in this opening quarter. DeGoey gives it to Madgen. He's under pressure. Handball on the grounds, across the grounds, a turnover. West picks it up for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Norton. He gives it to Liberatore, sends it inside 50. Bouncing footy. Bailey Smith after it. Howe just kills it. Rushes it through for a rush behind.
That was nearly a Bailey Smith goal. Isaac Quaynor was back here. Hadn't even re-entered his defensive 50.
Bulldogs by 39. Time on in this opening quarter. 6 goals to nothing.
Which is really rare. Collingwood have generally played really tight football. This is uncharacteristic.
You know who's not back there marshalling that?
That's
Scott Pendlebury.
So Howe on the kick in. He was looking for Cameron. It's thumped away from Sweet, it was, who got it over the line. And Gardner, in fact, it was the defender. He's going to trudge back to the defensive 50. Right in front, it'll be a boundary throw in right in front of Tim Hodges down there. Hodgie.
Both Luke Beveridge and Craig McRae down on the bench coaching, guys. It's fascinating to watch, but McRae in particular just shell-shocked at the moment. I'm not sure what can he do, Mick, because right now he spoke about earlier this week after the Richmond loss, they're 8 dates into their relationship. The 9th date is certainly turning out pretty ugly.
Well, I know that you're still wearing a coat, Tim, so you can pick the weather, but no, just on that. This is where you tighten up around the stoppage, even if you have to bring a player up to the stoppage from your half-forward line just to cement the ball and make sure they can't get the ball away from you.
So boundary throw in here at half-back for the Pies. They try to work it up to the dockside wing, but it's spoilt over by Luke Cleary, who's on debut, and he's going along with that. Looks like a bit of a look-alike there. He's player in Aidan Begg, the opposition player, but he's got the job on McCreary. Mick?
No, I'm sorry there, Kel. I'm just saying the fumbling is really concerning, though, because there's a number of times that Collingwood have got the ball out and just really turned the ball straight over.
Smith to Libba. It's the Harlem Globetrotters in disguise here, Lingy. Yeah, getting involved is Treloar, and then McRae back to Treloar. Now Bailey Smith. He tries to get around his opponent. He was tripped. The umpire says he'll win a free kick.
It's called holding the ball on him.
Holding the ball it was indeed.
Wow.
Well, it was a tackle by Howe. It was desperate. It was low below the knees, and in the end it slipped.
He handballed it, though, too.
It looked like it tripped him.
But even the way he left that contest again, no one went with him. He just dominant.
Begg getting involved on the broadcast wing here, right in front of the interchange gates. It'll be a ball up, only a metre or two in front of the Dogs bench. Dunkley's on the bench, having a breather, sitting next to the coach, Luke Beveridge. He's already kicked 2. He's kicked the last 2 of the contest. Out back, it's flicked down. Treloar then just kicks, blazes away. West does well. That was a basketball slap. Now he goes the underground handball to Buku Kamas, who's kicked 2, centering kick, and still side bottom. The all-experienced side bottom, and he wants to move it quickly for the Pies.
Here's Callum Brown, the late in for Pendlebury, has a fumble, put himself under the pump, got out of it. Hand pass to Magin, who links up with Lipinski, first time against his old team. Swings his kick out to Myercheck, heads down to half forward. Henry the target, he's outnumbered. Clever work from Gardner as he just sockens it away to Richards. His hand pass back to McRae. Kicks over halfway to Duray. Between wing and half forward. Kicks deep into the pocket. The bond flies. Can't complete the mark. Collingwood with the numbers. Howe keeps his feet and then his legs. He'll get a free kick inadvertently in the tackle from Karmas. So free kick Collingwood, last line of defence. Time on opening term. Dogs by 39 points.
Kick was lateral to Maynard, and then he goes further down the side. The switch kick to Noble. Takes off. No one comes near him. No Bulldogs player is interested. A couple of bounces. Handball to Nick Dacos over the top to Cameron, who's a little casual. His handball's gone straight to the opposition. This is Cleary.
Oh, there's a free kick being paid. Lucky.
Yes. Off the ball when Cleary was away for the Dogs. It'll be a free kick coming back behind play. Noble got it. Taken high, the umpire said. Short, he goes to Josh Dacos, right against the boundary line, just ahead of the Collingwood bench. And then he wants to keep it low where Cameron marks all by himself. But this is a tough ask for the number 14 because he's only a step or 2 in from the boundary line and he'll have to kick it from right on the arc of 50.
When Collingwood go into their front 50, I have no faith in the Dogs' defence because they just sit through the corridor and leave these kicks. That's where Henry's had 2 kicks. This one here is also. But Collingwood can't get the ball in there enough at the moment.
So a big kick here for the 26-year-old who was born in Albury, raised in Albany. And he goes short. He doesn't want to kick it. He's working the percentages and he worked out that Taylor Adams is a little closer to the centre and also a little closer in. So the vice-captain now has got the job. Has he got 52 in his right leg?
I don't think so.
Adams tries to run around the man on the mark. He fumbles. He handballs back inboard. Crisp on his left. It's desperate times. And the man for the moment stands up. Jack Crisp, the Coleman medal winner last year, bobs up when his team needs him most. It wasn't pretty. It was very ugly in the end, but Crisp was able to snap it through on his left, the 27-minute mark of the opening term. The Pies have finally got their first on the board, 1-2-8. The Dogs, 6-5-41, a margin of 33 points. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on grandstand AFL.
Well, it took a complete mess to get the goal, Nick. Even when Cameron took the mark first, it was going to be a tough shot.
Yep.
Then the Taylor Adams,
too far
he knew he was too far out. That's why he tried to invent something. I suppose you take the goal and you think, well, at least we're on the scoreboard now with the goal and settle things down. But, that's not the way you're going to kick a winning score.
No, it's not. But you know
like
what? What it did, though, it didn't allow the Dogs to control the ball again, and that's so important.
Doggies by 33. Crooked bounce. It favours Collingwood. Tyler Brown out the front of the stoppage. Kicks it to Henry, who takes the mark. And so a fortunate advantage from the centre bounce, and Tyler Brown out the front door with the clearance. And now Henry shooting from 25 out dead in front.
Yeah, Corbin, that was a total mismatch. I was watching him line up and I'm thinking to myself, what's Durant doing down there on Henry? Henry's got a bit of height. He's got a little bit more athleticism in the air. It was just a no-brainer. Very good setup in the end.
Should have kicked Collingwood's first earlier in the quarter. He gave it off. No score resulted, and he misses here. Gee, straight in front from 20 out, Ollie Henry.
That's a bad miss.
A mixed start. 1-3 Collingwood. The Western Bulldogs 6-5, Dogs by 32.
Well, 6 goals in front to get 5 goals to go to 4 goals in front. That brings it back to a full game of football.
Yep.
Daniel on the kick in. He goes long and strong to Cordy, who launches up the back of Noble's back.
Noble got hit
and
too.
That hurts. It was late on Noble. Knees in the back. Cordy's kick goes straight to Crisp. And then it comes back, a little give and go, and he goes again. High. They fly. Huge leap. And it was a huge pack as well. When it hits the deck, Dale is tackled, picked up by Henry.
No,
he hasn't got his kicking boots on, and it's gone out of bounds.
Cal, that was paid a free kick, holding the ball.
Play on advantage.
Yeah, but because of the moment of just picking the ball up and booting it, without hearing the whistle, the umpire's called advantage. That's where they need to say no.
Common sense.
Yep. It was just a split second. That should be a set shot at goal.
So the boundary throw in instead. Sweet, straight down to Goey, who's stolen it. He gives it off. Now it comes the way of Chris, throws it on his left boot. It's a bouncing ball, top of the goal square. Who can control it? Umpire says there's a free in here. I'm going to give it to Gardner. In the defensive goal square, it's 50 for dissent against Myercheck.
Pay 50 against yourself for paying that advantage before.
The sort of insight Cameron Ling used to as a captain will give to the umpire.
Gardner gave it to Dunkley, spun 360, and Ollie Henry, he's had mixed returns, but he's involved in everything in the front half. Wins the free for the chase down tackle. Takes a few moments and then kicks it deep to a 2-on-1. Caught in a tangled Myercheck, and Keats just kills it over the boundary line, puts his fist through it.
Have a look at the Pies fans behind the goals at the southern end. They're all up on their feet and they're pointing. And they're all pointing at one man. And he's wearing a yellow top, Cameron Ling.
Well, you take out this last 5 minutes and don't show it anywhere, because it's not exactly what you want to show as part of our game.
For the boundary throw in forward pocket for the Pies, Bailey Smith links up with Daniel, kicks out of the defensive arc. West mowed down in the tackle from Josh Dacos. Umpire says ball up just inside the boundary line, left half forward for the Pies. About 70 out from their goal at the southern end. It's the Bulldogs by 32 as we tick towards quarter time.
Ball up at a half forward here for the Pies. Sweet tries to flick it behind. He does it beautifully. Straight down the throat of Treloar, who kicks long down the line. Moore tries to outmark Norton, his opponent. He does well. He gets the handball off to Dacos. Madgen, backwards they're going. Howe kicks sideways to side bottom. He's got it in the D50. And it's the Bulldogs leading by 32 points at quarter time. After leaping out of the blocks like Usain Bolt, they booted the first 6 in an absolute blitz here at Docklands before the Pies got the last one through a desperate snapshot from Jack Crisp. Bulldogs 6-5-41, Collingwood 1-3-9. The Dogs 2 for Buku Kamis and Dunkley, and singles to Norton and Treloar, and it was just Jack Crisp, the only goal kicker for the Pies. Let's get down on the boundary where plenty's happening. Tim Hodges.
Just watching John Noble, Kel, he's with the doctor. He was the one who he looked around and copped Cordy in full flight to the nose. So I think he's got a busted nose out there. but I think he's also got to serve a concussion test because they checked his eye socket and his cheek because, he copped the flying bulldog in full flight flush to the face. So he is a sore and sorry young magpie right now.
And Hodgie, just for our audience that have just joined us, the drama before the bounce with Bailey Williams. So he ended up taking his place and seems to have gotten through that opening quarter okay after a delayed start.
Yeah, so he was collected by friendly fire in the warm-up. He had to go down to the rooms with it is a savage cut above his right eye. It took them 10 minutes of the match to actually stop it bleeding, but since then he's been out on the field and going great guns. Just watching Craig McRae. So this is new for him, guys. He's only ever had 4 goals from the opposition kicked against him in the first term as a senior coach. They're completely blown away there. He's almost taken a moment to compose himself, and now he's heading out to the team, and maybe this will be sort of the sternest spray that he's given as a Collingwood coach.
We'll hear the thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling next, thanks to Tim Hodges on the boundary. The Dogs by 32 points. They kicked the first 6 of the game on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Pouncing on it was Bailey Smith. He kicks and marked in the pocket by Buku Kamas. Buku Kamas, 15 metres out, both boots on the boundary line. He spins onto his left and they've got the opener.
Scott links up with Richards, who keeps on moving, hands it inside 50. Here's Treloar. Remember him, Collingwood. Adam Treloar threads it from the forward pocket. Bailey Smith kicks to the hot spot, off hands and scoots through to Kamas. He got boot to ball as he's run down, and Kamas has kicked 2 in the first 12 minutes.
Bailey Smith inside 50, backing back was Moore. Quick hands by Bontempelli to Norton, who can slide it through. Make that the first 4.
Dunkley moves in, set shot, sneaks it through.
Adams tries to run around the man on the mark. He fumbles, he handballs back inboard. Crisp on his left. It's desperate times, and the man for the moment stands up.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Boy, they needed that. The Pies, their only goal in the game. 6-5 Western Bulldogs. Collingwood 1-3. It's a 32-point lead for the Dogs at quarter time. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Lingy, you know as well as I do, the middle count is probably the most important, because if you've got the ball there, then you've got the ball generally in the forward line before you have to start to resurrect it. And you have a look at the stats. Smith, McRae, Treloar, Liberatore, Dunkley occupy the top 5, and you've got Caleb Daniel in there. But the top 5 are all Bulldog midfielders who are not only getting possessions, they're kicking the football. Whereas if you have a look at Taylor Adams, who I think is busting his guts, but just he's had 2 in 7, so there's 2 kicks. And I'm looking at Maynard's next. Cameron's in there. Can't see. I'm looking for DeGoey's in there, but he's had 1 kick. It's so evident that the stoppages, the clearances, and the contested football, if you can control the clearances and the contested football, you are a long way towards winning that particular contest.
Well, that's the Western Bulldogs' entire game. Their foundation of them being a really good team, a grand final team last year, is exactly that, Mick. And it's the clearances, which they've dominated, 15-6, and multiple centre clearances, and an ease to them where they've been really efficient from them. But then it's also the ones that isn't a perfect clearance, and it's just spilling to that 8-10 metres outside that initial contest, and they clean up the next one, and they clean up the next. So that repeat out number, that's the dog. Their fierce tackling, if Collingwood do happen to pick up the ball, bang, they strip it, the ball spills free, and then they clean up, the Bulldogs clean up the next one. That is the Western Bulldogs' entire blueprint, and that's exactly what they did that quarter. They were dominant. They used Bailey Smith really smartly, They played him in the midfield for a little bit, but they also played him forward.
Yeah.
Hunted up a little bit around the stoppages at high half forward and around the middle of the ground, and then beat his player back comfortably. And now that Collingwood defence, Mick, they're on the back foot. They're so reactive because the ball's living there, but now they're not sure, do I cover him? Or hang on, who's on him? Where's Bailey Smith coming from? And they're all over the shop.
They've got three. When you look at Darcy Moore, you've got Howe and Maynard. They've got enough. Quino's only he hasn't played a lot of games, but they've got enough.
He's having one of those rattled games.
He is, and maybe they've worked out that if you can bring up a Bailey Smith up to the ball and then drop him off, the player who drops off him and is in tricks in between, he doesn't know whether to go back and defend or come up to Smith, and clearly you've got to come up to Smith.
Yeah.
And right now they are dominating that stoppage.
Second quarter action, Bulldogs by 32 points. The two rucks in Sweet and Cameron both share it. Comes down to Adams. Hand pass out in front of Poulter, who just soccers down the wing. Josh Dacos, clean pick-up. Hand pass for Collingwood to Crisp. To DeGoey, 55 out, sweeping hand pass to Lipinski. Off his left boot, just dabs it into the pocket, and Myercheck marks. Pressed up against the boundary line, left forward pocket.
Well, it's amazing. There's the first stoppage that you can think about that they've cleared, Collingwood have cleared so easily, and look at the ball where it is. And this is the thing about the Dogs. They do give you a chance when the ball goes in the front 50.
What was the difference, though? Josh Dacos clean.
Yeah.
No fumble.
This guy knows how to finish. Myercheck trying to bend it through from out wide. He's given it a little too much. Across the goal face. Collingwood 1-4. The Bulldogs 6-5. We're 50 seconds into the second quarter.
Quick kick in, went to Bontempelli, and he goes wide, flares it wide, the kick. Duray marks in front of side bottom. Socks down, powder blue boots. Two-time premiership player with the Hawks goes long down the line. Oh, Karmas launched over the top of Cameron. Waiting at the back and mopping up was Maynard. His kick, miss, Noble. Here comes Norton. He can handball over the top. How does it sit here for the Bulldogs player in Scott? Wasn't a kind bounce. Dacos to Maynard to Quaino, all by hands, and they get themselves out of a little pickle there. Short kick to Howe. A longer kick to Hoskin Elliott, who's got it at half back.
Well, that was another mistake, a touch mistake that could have resulted in a goal. Pies just really look uneasy at the moment, which is, I've got to say, unusual, because you know what you're going to get with the Pies, but it's just not them at the moment.
But that's what happens when you're part of a defence where the ball's been inside the opposition's forward 50, 20 times already.
Yeah, 20, was it 20?
Yeah, went short to Nick Dacos, and then a long kick down the line, knocked out of play by Bailey Dale, so we'll have a boundary throw in. Yeah, 23-13, the inside 50 count.
It's quite amazing, really.
And it's 31 points on the scoreboard. The Bulldogs leading early in the second term from the throw-in. The Bont straight through the stoppage. Hand pass away towards Williams. Kicks down the wing. And West a nudge straight into the famous number 35 on the back of Nick Dacos, who'll get the free for Collingwood City wing.
And that was West against Dacos. And when Dacos got rid of it, Riley West slammed straight into him. But the free was there. The kick long down the line, and it's spoiled over the boundary line. Boundary throw-in 60 metres around from Collingwood's goal. Kicking to the northern end in this second term. Dogs led it by 32 at quarter time. Spinning ball, Sweet gets in front, off hands. Chris couldn't control it, and then it's off the legs of Jack McRae.
Collingwood have got the one extra behind the ball. And just not 100%. Well, Caleb Daniels looks like he's the freebie. So they've got a freebie each, although Daniels is actually going to this stoppage.
Stoppage is on the City side wing. Sweet goes at it with Cameron. Now here's Daniel. You heard Mick Malthouse talk about him coming to the contest. Over to Bontempelli and then flicked it back to Richards, who uses it well to Sweet. Marks uncontested. Handballs quickly on to Bontempelli. All down the City wing, right on the 50. And then there's the two long headband players. This time Darcy Moore beats out Norton and takes the mark.
Kick goes back to Quaino. That's a shocker. Didn't favour Poulter at all with the kick, and Anthony Scott takes the intercept mark. 55 out. Half forward for the Dogs. Goes short and wide to Dale. He's just one step outside the 50. Up against the boundary line. Looks for Karmas. He's got it again. Maynard claiming it had been touched on the way through. The umpire doesn't want to hear it. And Buku Karmas can try and kick his third.
We're so used to Quaino being composed and good with the ball in hand. But he's only in his 44th game, and trust me, this can happen. You can just have a night where you just go on the blink, where you just make poor decisions, you're fumbly, you're a little bit off, and you start doing your own head in. You don't know how to actually dig yourself out of that. And unfortunately, Quaynor's going through that right now.
The left footer, Karmas moves in but misses. Across the face, so he's got 2-1 for the night. Kicked his first goal in AFL footy last week, recalled to the Dogs team for just his second game, so a couple of goals in the opening quarter for him tonight, Karmas.
Moore just struts and strolls out of that defensive 50 over to Maynard, who's got a bit more urgency. His kick didn't favour McCreary, who punched it down. Duray for the Dogs now. Over to Richards. Runs to the centre of the ground on the left. And he spots something he likes, although it's turnover here by Quaynor. And maybe that'll turn his night around. A good mark. Gives it off to Sidebottom, who launches it. And Mychek takes a wonderful one-hander. And it was a courageous one-hander as well. He put out the big right arm outstretched, and he had to fall backwards, and he didn't know what was coming because the kick from Sidebottom just overcooked it a fraction. But Mychek has taken a wonderful mark and will have a set shot directly in front.
Well done by Quaynor, wasn't it?
Oh,
having that sort of night, but just that moment nailed it.
So Brodie Mychek, no fuss player, just always gets the job done. Directly in front. Should be elementary for the goal kicker, and it is. They got the last one before quarter time. They get the first one at the start of the second term. And they cut that margin back to 26 points. 2-4-16, the Pies trail the Dogs 6-6-42 after the Dogs blitzed it from the opening bounce with the first 6 of the contest.
One of the things about that gives me, gives the Collingwood people hope here, is that when they go forward, the likelihood is that they will mark the football in the front 50. Now, they only went in there 12 times in the first quarter, but in a couple of times this quarter. The number of times per ratio they're actually marking the football is quite extraordinary. Now, there's marking it on 50 and there's marking it in 30, so you can have a shot. But the Dogs do give you a lot of cider of the football. They've marked it 7 times. Well, that's an extraordinary number. You do that for the rest of the game, you win the game.
Dogs with the first 6, Pies with the last 2. Bulldogs by 26 points early in the second from the restart. Liberatore first clean possession to Bontempelli. Swings it out wide to Cleary, the first gamer. He turns it over. Kicking down the wing, and Sidebottom takes the intercept mark. Looks straight into the corridor for Cameron. The big man for Collingwood. Hand pass to Maynard. Great kick. Didn't have much room to work with, but got it to Degoe, who marks 60 out. Centre half forward for Collingwood. He kicks to a one-on-one, peg the target, keep the spoil, spills to Mychek, loops a hand pass, wanted to get it to Hoskin. It missed him, and it goes through off the fist of Mychek for a Collingwood behind. Pies 2-5, Bulldogs 6-6, 7 minutes in.
Dogs are trying to catch them napping because Bailey Dale took off. He gave it to Bontempelli, whose kick went wide. And instead a boundary throw-in.
I've got one for you, Mick. Hodgie touched on Craig McRae and how he composed himself before going out there at quarter time. From what you saw from Collingwood in that first quarter, is that a spray moment? If you were coaching Collingwood, would you be delivering one there?
Well, you'd pick your mark. It's not a matter of... I mean, if they're trying hard and it's not working, you've got to start to look at yourself and say, what are we doing wrong? But if it's an attitude thing, that's when you spray. I think everyone gets mixed up with sprays. It's generally around about your adherence to your game plan.
I don't know if that was a yes or a no, but Mick delivered a few sprays.
Probably with a couple.
It wasn't very Collingwood-like this year.
No, it wasn't. Their midfield is all over the shop.
This is more Collingwood-like as Chris runs out of the defensive 50. The handball to his teammate put him under the pump. They've still got it, though. They come out wide. Maynard's involved again after he received a handball from Taylor Adams. He flares the kick wide to Hoskin Elliott, who's almost kicked that out of bounds, has he? Yes, he has. Now, that's where they've been sloppy tonight. Mychek thought he'd taken the mark. Sweet comes in and says, no, the umpire put both arms out and said it was out of bounds on the full. It
was actually 50 because he just dropped the ball after he knew that. But nonetheless, that could have been another mark inside. The Dogs really guard the corridor and very little else.
Isn't that where Port Adelaide got them last week? The mark's inside 50?
Absolutely, and most sides do when the Dogs are down.
So the Dogs work it defensively from the Dock side to the City side. A kick down the line.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, it was well done by Noble, spinning and twisting and then kicking and delivering to Ollie Henry.
Brilliant, John Noble.
In the pocket. Hasn't had his kicking boots on tonight. He's been kicking with tension. He missed his first set shot from right on 50. An easier one a few moments later. He gave off to De Goey, which was intercepted. So
just saw the replay, sorry, Cal, of that no ball. Oh, that is superb technique. Teach your kids. That's how you win a contested ball, a 50-50 ball. Protect the head and win the footy at the same time.
Henry from the tightest of angles. He goes to the top of the goal square. He's looking for Hoskin Elliott to launch, and he does, but off his hands. Bailey Smith kicks it and blazes away. It's chopped off here by Nick Dacos. Out wide to Quaynor. Quaynor goes deep into the heart of that 50. They fly from every angle. Great pick up by Hoskin Elliott. Gives it off to Lipinski. Tried to break the tackle. The kick from Jalor was smothered. Big ball to be won here. Hoskin Elliott chopped off by the Dogs. Scott with the kick out of the 50. Norton drops it in the end. Pressure applied by Darcy Moore, but the umpire says it was a push.
He's done his ankle.
Norton is very sore as he gets up. He's got that right knee strapped, Nick. I'm not sure if that's it, but he can't put any pressure on his right knee right now.
He landed awkwardly, jarred it on the replay. Oh,
I think the footy hit him square in the head on the way down too.
So the kick gave to Cleary, and now he's in the hands of the trainers rushing out there. He's limping on that right leg. From the dock side where Norton won the free to Richards now, who runs around a player and then delivers long and strong into a one-on-one. Unable to take the mark down there was Cordy. Well done here by the Pies defensively. Trying to work it out there was Tyler Brown. His kick and up and unders chopped off by Richards.
Richards looks straight into the corridor. Sweet takes the mark. Continues the shift out to the city wing, and here's Norton who takes the mark. So he's in the same area of the ground. He's still a long way from goal.
He actually landed on his other leg, and that one bounced off the ground. So he may have a little bit of a PCL problem.
Norton kicks it 60 metres deep forward, and there's Darcy Moore. His direct matchup takes the intercept mark for Collingwood. Across the goal face to Poulter. He chips it out to half-back, and Hoskin Elliott there for Collingwood. Dangerous kick on the 45. Tyler Brown the target. Dale got in the passing lane, knocks it away. Still no clean pick-up. Half forward for the Dogs. Bailey Smith gathers and shoots a hand pass over his shoulder, which ends up out of play. Misses Williams, his intended target. So boundary throw in right half forward for the Bulldogs. It's the Dogs by 25 points. They lead at 6-6. Collingwood at 2-5, 12 minutes into the second. We'll keep watching Aaron Norton.
Yeah, Dusty Moore just went up to him with a low 5 to check that he was all right. So they renew a hostility, standing alongside each other inside 50 for the Dogs. Meanwhile, on the broadcast wing, this is Brown who's got it. Ty Brown, who's been involved. He tackled Bailey Smith a moment ago. He's been the hottest player on the park tonight. And his kick to a one-on-one goes over the boundary line. Cameron couldn't take the mark. Boundary throw-in, half forward for the Pies.
Lingy, we did say, you reckon that this is grand final stuff they were playing. Have a look. We've gone after a quarter and they haven't scored. They've gone back. You know, Collingwood have tightened it up and they've gone back to their old early habits.
Smith tackled by 2 Magpies.
That was a very good call, Mick. The fact that the Collingwood have evened up the contest, evened up the hunt around the footy. What's the next trick the Dogs have got? And we haven't seen that.
So the Dogs hot in the first term, led it by 32 a quarter time. They've gone cold in the second and the margin is 24 points. Twirling ball back in play. Liberatore on all fours. Worked it to Hunter, who works it to Smith, who works it to Dunkley, who works it to Smith. Riley West rather comes back to Dunkley. The kick inside 50 and Bontempelli almost juggled a wonderful mark, a wonderful contested mark. He rose it himself, he spins on his left and he kicks and he's delivered, and taking a mark right on the goal line is Norton, and it will be paid.
Well done Aaron Norton for his work rate to get back there, so give him a big pump up. I was trying to defend Darcy Moore before this game, but how did he get completely lost
on a one-on-one there
and lose?
Yeah, well, he was hiding on the goal line between the goal and the point post, Norton, and now he is in the right forward pocket on the left. He's missed. So he's kicked it on the left, which doesn't have the strapping. So much strapping on that right leg. The kick in, West scurried, spoils it over the boundary line, and high five from Aaron Norton.
Yeah, good defensive play by young West. Really read the play, didn't try to win the football, just made sure that it become a ball in where the Dogs have dominated so far.
Dogs by 26, 14 played second term from the boundary throw-in. Cordy swats it down. Tyler Brown tackled, taken to ground. The umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt. A ball up, 45 out from the Dogs' goal. Scott Pendlebury laid out with illness for Collingwood. Callum Brown took his place in the starting 22 from the ball up. Jack McRae grabs it, runs away from goal. His kick smothered. Spills to Callum Brown, links up with brother Tyler. Hand pass away to Lipinski. Pies now up over halfway. Lipinski to Josh Dacos. Kicks to half forward. All zigging and zagging the wrong way. The ball goes out of bounds and the upset's deliberate.
Kicking inside his forward 50.
Jeez.
They're trying to.
I'm not sure that was the intended target. The ball went out 50 metres further afield. Free kick for the Dogs at half back.
Great kick.
So the kick was from Bailey Dale, and he opens it up in the centre of the ground. This is the debutant in Cleary. Goes straight down the centre, and in front was Darcy Moore on Norton in a one-on-one contest. Norton is sore. He's grimacing in pain as he stands as the man on the mark. And Moore with the kick.
Oh, Jack Madgen is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, so standing right next to Darcy Moore. We'll get down to Hodgie shortly, but Jack Madgen's shoulder has well and truly popped out. He's in plenty of pain. Meanwhile, the Dogs looking to the Pies looking to build. Cal Brown, who came into this side for Pendlebury, out with the flu. Kick towards Myercheck, right up against the boundary line inside 50. This is Dacos. Oh, big spoil. Huge spoil by Scott. Smallest man in the pack at the top of the goal square for the Dogs. And it's over the boundary line. It'll be a boundary throw in where Norton limps off Hodgie. And there's a few casualties mounting down there.
Yeah, I've never seen... Look how much... He almost needs that green whistle brought out to him. Jack Madgen is in so much pain. That arm is out of its socket, and he is coming off with basically a doctor holding him up and the other holding his arm. Like, this is horrible. Look at the pain on his face. It's excruciating, and he's going off the bench and he's going straight down to the rooms. Oh, I hope they can get that in.
Dogs
He's in so much pain.
Dogs clear defensive 50, but only as far as Maynard, who marks 70 out at half forward. Short kick to Moore. Crowded forward 50. Yeah, he was hunched all the way over, mouth open. As Hodgie described, hopefully not as serious as it first looks for Jack Madgen. Kick to the hot spot, comes down to Scott. Scott taken high. He'll get a free kick, centre half back for the Bulldogs. So the Dogs hit the first 6 goals inside the opening 19 minutes. They led by 39 points at one stage. Collingwood have arrested back a bit of momentum. They kicked the last 2. The Bulldogs currently by 26, and we haven't had a heap of scoring recently. 16 minutes into quarter number 2 as Bailey Smith runs and carries it up the halfway, gives it to McComb, to Cleary by hand. He kicks along the boundary line, and Dunkley takes the mark between wing and half forward for the Bulldogs.
There's one key forward, one key back. Out. It's,
Dunkley, a well-timed kick down the line. Liberatore marks.
Moore's got the match up on Bontempelli now. He's going to have to stay tight, not just drift off him.
Bont's been good in this second term. He's had the most touches for the Dogs. Short kick from Libba. Hit up Bailey Smith.
Yeah, Smith stood there with the goalie just behind him. Why didn't work with him? This is where I wonder why backline players these days just think that someone else is going to cover for them. Smith's going to have a shot. He's indicated he's going to have a shot. He's very good for 50, Lingy.
So Bailey Smith just a step or two in, unselfishly goes to the top of the goal square. Bont flew, couldn't take the mark despite being in position A. Emerging with it as Lipinski's kicked it to his former teammate. Bailey Smith from the same spot but on the run. Karmas launches. Buku Karmas. What about the leap up the back of Darcy Moore? He is an excitement machine. Couldn't quite pluck it right at its peak, and it's the Dogs by 27.
How's Aaron Norton, Hodgie?
Aaron Norton has had some fresh strapping put on that right knee, and he's now on the spin bike right beside me, so just keeping it ticking over, and I expect he's okay to come back on the ground.
And fears for a seriously dislocated shoulder for Jack Madgen, limping down the race moments ago. Collingwood from the kick out up the halfway city wing. Here's Hoskin Elliott, kicks down the boundary line and skidding his way through. Caleb Daniel takes the intercept mark.
The crazy thing about these players is if that shoulder pops back in, there's every chance we actually see Jack Madgen reappear.
I was just about to say, having one like that, when he pops back in, the relief is unbelievable. You feel, okay, I'm ready to go again.
Daniel short to Giray, and Giray just kicks it out of bounds on the full. Under not a heap of pressure, so the Pies can bang it deep inside 50. Hoskin Elliott to the pocket, slips past the pack. Henry collects. Cleary runs him down. Umpire circles, and we're going to have a ball up in the forward pocket for the Pies.
The Dogs don't look like scoring. They do not look like scoring. There's no system at all. This is where they've, right through the year, they've played like this, really good, then all of a sudden the system breaks down.
Sweet wins it in the right forward pocket here for the Pies, like a rugby scrum. They try to tackle it over the boundary line. The umpire says it doesn't make it over the line. Another ball up in the same spot. So 7 goals kicked in the opening term, 6 of them to the Dogs. 1 goal kicked after 20 minutes in the second term, and it's just to the Dogs. So again, it goes over the boundary line this time as it's stuck in that right forward pocket. It'll be a boundary throw-in. Right forward pocket for the Pies. Ollie Henry with Duray for company in the goal square. High ball spitting back in. Mycheck can't beat Sweet in the ruck, and now it flicked out handball to Smith, to McRae. Up and under the defensive dump kick out of 50. And unable to take the mark, so it flicked out the back with a quick kick, and they umpire the Pies fans want deliberate.
He's kidding.
They want deliberate, and they get it, and Darcy Moore pounces.
He missed by a metre.
Ball goes back to Howe at centre half back to Noble, who's off on a bit of a run and then continues to shift it out to the dock side, and Poulter takes the mark.
Ridiculous. Corpse.
The South Australian Caleb Poulter off his left boot, whacks it down to half forward, flying Gardner cuts it off for the Bulldogs. Dogs kicked 6 goals in the first 20 minutes of play. We've now got a whole quarter without a Bulldogs goal, so we're at the 21-minute mark of the second term. As Gardner goes long down the wing, Howe works his way to the front, spills the mark, down to Liberatore, the Bulldogs, links up with Treloar, floats a hand pass to Williams, kicks to half forward, Cordy and Moore close to the boundary line. And in the end, inadvertently comes off the leg of Cordy and over the boundary line, a throw-in, 60 out from the Dogs' goal. The Bulldogs lead it by 27, time on in the second.
Norton's just come on. Darcy Moore hasn't seen him yet, so he's going to get forward with a good matchup that he likes here, Norton.
Half forward for the Dogs. Sweet did well to get it down to McRae. Blazes away. Norton flies. He can't leap.
Yeah, it's bad.
He cannot leap.
Yeah, but
he's won the free.
Darcy Moore got in his back there because he panicked because he realised Norton was on the ground too late.
Yeah, he
didn't need to,
panic.
did he?
He just panicked. That's a bloke that's been cleaned up last week, has listened to all the problems and hasn't looked at why he's a good player. All he needed to do was just nestle in with him. He's taller and he's probably stronger.
Simple things though, Mick. Actually looking around about who my matchup should be, he didn't even see Norton come on the ground.
So Norton straight from the bench with a limping right leg. But it doesn't stop him booting goals on his left. A heavily strapped right knee, which he re-injured a few moments ago. But a free kick from Darcy Moore, and Norton puts his second through. And the Dogs back out by 33 points. 7-8-50, Collingwood 7-5-2-5 17. Collingwood 2-5-17. It was a lead of 39 points, the biggest lead just before quarter time, before Crisp put through the Pies' first one of the evening.
My wonderful coach, Mick, would say all the time, keep your head in the game at all times. Look around. What's the matchup need to be? What's our structure need to be? Darcy Moore just casually jogged back to the goal square with Zane Cordy. Yeah. Had no idea Norton had come on the ground. Then realised as the ball's already in the air, oh no, that's where I should be. And through rushing and panicking, gives away a simple free kick and a goal.
This is where leadership, though, takes in. And they've got leaders down there. Darcy wants to be a captain. Well, there's a bad bounce. But you've got Howe down there. You've also got Maynard. Yep. Now, I know Pendlebury's not there, but Pendlebury, this is the first year he's played key back. So there was bad leadership there.
33 points, the Bulldogs lead. Back in the middle, Sweet wins it down. Treloar, hand pass out in front of McRae. As soon as he grabs it, Crisp got him, taken to ground. Ball spills to Treloar, surge kick inside 50. Diving effort, can't complete it. Maynard out to meet the footy in the back pocket for the Pies. It's out of play, forward pocket for the Dogs. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
It looks a bit like a game in Cairns or the Gold Coast. The dew has really rolled in. It's a wet ball. It's slippery. The players are really sweaty because it is still a bit warm. So, yeah, it's some pretty ugly footy out there.
Gee, Chris from the stoppage, mowed down by McRae. The early season interpretation, that would have been holding the ball. Ump says play on now that pack forms at centre-half forward for the Bulldogs. And Libber extracts it out of a pack of bodies. Comes to Daniel by hand pass to West. Now to Bailey Smith, who loads up, kicks to the top of the goal square, reaching for it. Cameron Norton on the line, got booped a ball, but it was touched on the way through. The Collingwood defence rush it through for a minor score. Bulldogs by 34 points. 7-9-51. Collingwood 2-5-17. Time on in the second term.
And Norton, he's stuttering. He cannot get out of first gear, and the cheer squad by the Pies absolutely giving it to him behind the goals. Again, someone goes out to him, Mick.
Yeah, well, it was kick off the ground like that. You're really exposed because your legs, you're off the ground, and he got cleaned up.
Richards has tackled over the boundary line right in front of the Dogs bench, and might check a little sore.
No, I just seen that again. As he kicked it off the ground, the player came across his leg and it hyperextended his knee.
Oh, yeah.
So that is not a really good look.
Cameron in front in the ruck position, straight down to McRae, though, who kicks it to half forward, and it'll dribble over the line.
I think that memo from a few weeks ago needs to go out to opposition clubs. There's a bloke called Bailey Smith who goes okay. Go somewhere near him. Just even within a 5 metre radius of him. He's had 23 disposals already, and he's by himself at the back of this stoppage, and will end up with it.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? So half forward here for the Dogs. Here he is, Bailey Smith, play on advantage to top off his incredible first half of footy. He's had 10 touches in this second term alone, and for the entire game he's up to 24 now.
Surely the memo's already gone out that Bailey Smith can play footy. Pay him some respect.
Bulldogs by 35. Dangerous kick from Maynard out of defensive 50. It'll spill to Noble. Takes on the tackler as he's going to ground. Hand pass will set up Crisp, and the Pies running in numbers off half back. Adams by-handed to goal. He feeds it over halfway to side bottom. He's at centre half forward. Pulls his kick for Henry, and he's got it. The juggled mark had hands to it originally. Falling to ground. Had to look behind him. And then reels it in at the last moment. A few nervous moments for Collingwood fans, but Ollie Henry will be shooting from 30 out straight in front.
I admire what Collingwood have done with him. He went off the boil a little bit. Instead of saying, well, we'll just keep going, let's get him back and get a bit of confidence. They put him back. He's come back. He looks a different player. He looks like a player that actually belongs in his side.
He's had a mixed night so far, Henry. Set shot straight in front. He's missed that too.
He's got the yips.
Passed one off. He's missed a couple of set shots, and two of them right in the corridor, both behinds.
I reckon he's sore from that as well.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what he has got. He's got a very bad run-up.
Bulldogs
he's changed it 2 or 3 times.
Bulldogs by 34 points approaching half-time.
Kick in straight down the throat of Sweet, a ruckman tonight, and his kick is well weighted out to the dockside wing where Riley West marks uncontested, and that's a well weighted pass looking for Treloar. Noble gives away the free, chopping of the arms. It'll come back to Treloar. Let's get down to Hodgie quickly.
Finn McRae is into the game. Jack Madgen, that shoulder's no good. He is out of it, so the sub has already been made by the Magpies.
Okay, so the Dogs keep it in play. The Treloar kick was looking for Cordy, couldn't take the mark. Good hustle down there by Liberatore, always doing the 1%ers. Big knock off the ball, eyes only for the ball. That was McComb, who got a little bit excited and then took Noble high. Robbie McComb, little hip and shoulder off the ball and then just grabbed Noble round the throat. Noble's kick couldn't find a Magpies player. Adams has to go in hard. He's tackled by Keith. Keith lets him know about it afterwards. It's picked up here by West. Kicks around the body, just inside the arc. Bont. Oh, he beats Noble to it. He beats Quaynor. He wheels around on the left. He spots Daniel. Daniel with those little legs pumping. Can he beat Poulter to the ball? It's Poulter v Daniel. Poulter, the bigger player in front, happy to see it over. Oh, it's deliberate.
Goodness.
The Pies fans said deliberate. Rather, the Doggies fans, and the Doggies fans were too vocal.
Every other team in the comp, take note, they're going to crack down on this weekend.
There is the rule of the week, deliberate. This sums up the opening half. Just have a listen to this. Collingwood home ground, Collingwood home game, full of Pies fans in the stadium. And the Bronx cheers, the jeers, the boos, sum it up. Because it's the Dogs by 34 points, 7-10-52. Collingwood 2-6-18. There were 7 goals kicked in the opening term, and there were 2 goals kicked in that second term. Feel like we've been at 2 very different games of footy. The goal kickers, 2 for Norton, playing as we expected on Darcy Moore, and he's on one leg at the moment out there. He's sore. 2 for Dunkley, 2 for Buku Kamas, and 1 for Treloar. And for the Pies, one for Crisp and one for Myercheck. So it's the Dogs by 34 points.
Yeah, the first 20 minutes, Carl, looked like a showcase, didn't it, for the Bulldogs, what they're able to do with the first 6 goals. And really, it's been a pretty unattractive game from that point on, the last 40 minutes or so, the back end of the first quarter and into that second term. There's plenty going on both teams' benches. The sub's already been made for Collingwood. Tim Hodges, can you just give us a bit of a wrap as to what's happened tonight?
Oh, it's a rough time to come to me. It's umpire appreciation round, just as the umpires walk down the race right beside me. There's extra security here, I think, just as a precaution. It is a massive crowd, by the way. Unfortunately, a lot of Collingwood reserve ticket holders haven't shown up on that outer wing, but they are up to the top row of the top deck. Must be mid-40s at 40,000 here. Now, just an injury update. Plenty happening down here. So Jack Madgen is the big one. That right shoulder was out of its socket for, it must have been over a minute. He was in excruciating pain. He has been subbed out of this game, and Finn McRae comes in. That happened in the last minute of the first half. The other notables, Aaron Norton with the knee, Alex Keith came off with a head injury, Bailey Williams the eye injury in the warm-up, and John Noble has a busted nose. So there's been plenty on the injury front down here on the bench in the first half.
And Scott Pendlebury are laid out with illness, so Callum Brown took his place in the starting team. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling every Friday night in Melbourne throughout the footy season. The Dogs by 34 at half-time. What do we make of all that?
Well, the Dogs are on track to have the ball inside their forward 50 76 times. That would almost be a world record, Mick. So they are completely dominating clearances, 25-10. Contested possessions, 70-46. And as I mentioned, inside 50s, heaps and heaps and heaps, 38-23. But aside from that first quarter where they blew it open a little bit with all those goals, they found it difficult to score again in that second quarter, despite dominating. Collingwood fixed it up, got the balance a little bit better. And if it wasn't for a silly free kick for Darcy Moore, a panicked free kick that he gave away to Aaron Norton, I mean, Collingwood would have won the quarter. So they got back into the game via an arm wrestle. And maybe if Ollie Henry kicks a bit straighter and they take a couple more chances, maybe we're talking about being at least somewhere exciting heading into the second half of competitiveness on the scoreboard. The Dogs are doing what they do best around the contest, Mick, but are we going to see them have another way of scoring other than just total contested ball domination? Can they go coast to coast? Can they find that other creative way to get a mark inside 50 and score a couple of easy goals?
Yeah, look, this has been a real trend through this year with the Dogs. I've watched them thinking I reckon I've picked them out of the 9 weeks. I would have picked them probably 7 weeks, and they've won 2 games. And not that I'm an expert on this sort of stuff, but I just know that they haven't been able to complete a game like they've wanted all last year, which they got a lot of times last year. They haven't been able to complete a quarter. I would even defy anyone and say that first quarter was brilliant for 20 minutes. Then the last 5 minutes, they just couldn't score. The opposition didn't score, and that's because of probably more not having the same quality in front of goals. And we've said before that Henry, he's had 7 kicks, probably taken 3 or 4 marks in that 7 kicks, 3 or 4 set shots, chose one to lay off, which he shouldn't have. So I don't think this game is over by a long shot. I know it's 5 goals and it sounds a lot when you only kick 2 to half time, but when Collingwood get the ball inside front 50, they are going at almost over 50% of the times in there by marking the footy. If you mark the football, then you're generally going to have, like if Myercheck does it from 50, he's one that can knock it over from 50, so can get to Goey. Probably the others probably need to get to 40 metres. But at the moment, the Dogs, I don't say they go to sleep, but their game breaks down.
I agree with what you're saying. I absolutely agree with what you're saying. However, is it really sustainable for Collingwood to win this game when they are so bad around the stoppages and losing 25-10? They are reliant on those half a dozen plays that we've seen tonight where they've had to go absolutely slicing through and everything's had to be perfect to end up.
But they can fix it though, Lingy. I think I think stoppages can be fixed when you've got a Taylor Adams, you've got a De Goey, you've got Jack Crisp, you've got players who can go in there and make a difference. If you said to me, oh, look, they haven't got the quality, I'd say, yeah, well, I think you're right. I think the Dogs will get over the line and they'll probably kick 11 or 12 goals. Collingwood will kick 5 or 6. But I think Collingwood can change the middle. I don't look, there's no Pendlebury Hick now can change it.
No.
But I still think that players that we've mentioned can... Either ruckman, let's face it, it's luck of the draw if they get their hand to it, because they're neither, at the moment, great ruckman. They're going to be okay, but they're not great ruckman. So the ruckman aren't having a big bearing. It's more the case that when the ball hits the deck, you've said Smith, that's got to be tidied up. I don't know whether sides... I don't know why sides don't go, well, we're going to put someone on Smith and see whether we can actually limit his thing, but we're not going to do it with one of our key players. It may well be a Maynard. Bring him off a half-back flank and say, big-bodied, stay with him. Now, he's a different sort of bloke. I'm throwing things up. If you can stop that sort of thing, Liberatore's in there the same as Adams. If you look at, say, Treloar very much likes to get the second touch in the stoppages.
When the inside's being dominated, though, Treloar can get that second touch and be really damaging.
That's what I mean. But if he hasn't got but if you don't get to give him the first touch, Treloar doesn't get the second touch. So as much as it looks like this game could drift, I mean, that was a terrible quarter of football. We've seen 2 goals scored. Two goals scored, and it really wasn't a high quality game. So that's why when it's not a high quality, I reckon sides, if they can play high quality, they can get back in the game.
Quick one for you, Mick. You touched on the Dogs, and you've seen it multiple times this year where they play in sort of bursts, and it looks like they look like the best team in footy when they play like that, and then all of a sudden it falls apart. What's in your experiences? What's responsible for that? How does it break down?
Well, they don't carry the ball through the middle. They're exposed at the back end. I think the Dogs are the most exposed side in the competition behind the ball because they want to play off. They're very aggressive in their run. They sit off. They haven't got great quality, what you call real top quality key backs, so they can be outmarked. And Lingy said at quarter time, I think there was a heap of them anyway. Quarter time, there's a lot more now being marked inside the front 50. But also where they break down in front of goal because no one's marking the football in front of goal. No one's marking it, so therefore it's not a clean kick. It's generally a mongrel football. The back line, Collingwood are disciplined. They'll get back, they'll push numbers back, and all of a sudden they fight a lot harder to win the football on the ground.
And to back up what Mick's saying there, so they've had it inside their forward 50 38 times, Corbs. The Dogs have only taken 6 marks. For 38 times inside the forward 50. So it's just not connecting between that midfield possession dominance and actually getting some reward for all of that.
And what's the other side, if I could say that, Lingy? What's Collingwood?
They're up to 9 now.
Well, they've gone 9. That's still 50% more than what Collingwood...
For only 23 times inside forward 50.
And you mentioned that their back half, Mick, the stats support that. They've lost 37% of defensive contests, the Dogs, so they're number 18 in the competition in that particular category. Off the SMS, we'll get to a few of these after the latest from the ABC Newsroom, but a shout out to Grant, who's one of our loyal listeners listening to the Harbour City. There's one here for you, Mick. I saw this story during the week from Kevin. Really enjoying the call, everyone. Great to hear Mick is going to Wagunya to give them a hand to get going again. This was the team that was heavily beaten. Are you making a little trip out there to run a training session?
Look, I'll be very brief. When I saw that, little country towns, they believe they exist. And this was a town that very proud a proud president said, yes, we're beaten by X amount, but we got our people to the ground.
Yep.
And they wanted to play. Now, COVID hit them very hard, and the girls as well, apparently in the netball.
Yep.
So I just look. I've got a spare day. I said, look, I'll pop up.
That's awesome.
And I'll take them to training. But we're going to have a dinner. Hopefully, we'll raise some money. Shane O'Sullivan from Carlton was able to get me a jumper. Nick Maxwell from Collingwood were able to get me a jumper. So I've got 2 jumpers going up. Whether they auction them off or they raffle them off, they need $1,000 a week to pay players and keep their club going.
Where's Wagunya? Give me a...
It's
roughly
not far from the border. Cora was on the other side.
Yep.
So they've got no juniors. The juniors, because of they fear Daniel Andrews has closed down, so they all popped over the boundary, over the border, and said, we'll play our football leagues. We can't afford to close. For 2 years they've been denied football. So they said, we'll play over there, they'll bring the kids back. A lot of their better players actually went over the border.
Yep.
So
when are you going?
It's 145 years old.
Wow.
How would you be to see a club like that closed down? That is terrible. So I wasn't after publicity. I just sort of just pop up there and hopefully we can do something.
When are you off?
It's the 26th, I think, of 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
That's very cool. That'll be a great trip, I'm sure. With Mick Moldhouse on his way out there. So I think it was 433-1 or something. Wasn't it ridiculous on the score? But 100 scoring shots.
They kicked 66 goals, so it's a lot of goals and plenty of points were scored too.
We'll check in with you, Mick, closer to the time and get an update on how the visit was. Half-time here at Docklands. Second half action just around the corner. Bulldogs by 34 points at the half. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
Good evening, Helen Zaremus with ABC News. Floodwaters have surged through parts of Queensland's Lockyer Valley, west of Brisbane, with about 20 businesses inundated at Laidley. Emily Gramenz reports.
The region is among the areas hardest hit by the latest bout of flooding in southeast Queensland. Local Mayor Tanya Milligan says it's unclear how many houses there have or could be impacted.
The water's still up. So even for council, none of us really know what that damage assessment is going to look like.
But the Mayor says there is cause for optimism. She says authorities had forecast another 150 millimetres of rain over the next 24 hours. That's now been amended to 50. Elsewhere, parts of Gympie are likely to be swamped for the second time in recent months. The swollen Mary River is expected to peak tomorrow afternoon, but it won't reach the heights of the February flood.
And on Queensland's Southern Downs, Warwick has been cut off. Parts of the city are underwater, with the Condamine River expected to peak tonight. Local authorities say up to 30 homes are likely to be affected. A Comanchero's bikie associate's been arrested at a Sydney hospital, where the senior gang member Tarek Zahid is recovering after being shot earlier this week. The man's been charged with stalking and intimidating after clashing with security. Detective Superintendent Robert Critchlow says officers are aware of the fear these types of incidents create.
People behaving disgracefully, using violence and threats of violence towards healthcare workers, security officers and ambulance members at a public hospital, making threats to kill people at the hospital. This unruly, unlawful behaviour cannot continue.
Victoria's Premier has been quizzed about health spending and ambulance wait times during budget estimate hearings. Andrea Nierhoff has the details.
Daniel Andrews has backed his government's funding boost for the healthcare system, saying it's the best way to support the fractured sector. Opposition MP James Newbury became visibly emotional while reading the names of people he told the hearing had died while waiting for an ambulance. He asked the Premier if he'd spoken to families who'd lost loved ones.
My message to each and every Victorian family is that our paramedics do their level best.
Mr Andrews says he's been briefed on a review of Victoria's 000 service and a government response to the report would come soon.
The Foreign Minister has flagged she's willing to discuss the idea of hosting a United Nations climate change conference with Pacific Island nations. Last month, Energy Minister Angus Taylor scoffed at the proposal from Labor, calling it a waste of money. But the Foreign Minister, Marise Payne, now says she'll talk about it with Pacific Island nations.
In relation to whether or not we would host a COP, we would speak with our Pacific neighbours, of course, as to their ambitions and their interests, and determine whether that was something they wish to pursue.
The Prime Minister says Defence is keeping an eye on Chinese naval activity off Western Australia. A Chinese spy ship has been tracked near a secretive naval communications base which supports US and allied submarines. The Defence Minister, Peter Dutton's, described its presence as an act of aggression. Scott Morrison hasn't used that language but says the ship's proximity to Australia is a reminder of China's growing presence.
We just have to highlight this is obviously an issue of concern, but as we have done on other occasions where this has occurred, it's not the first time, it won't be the last time. I suspect we'll see it many more times, but they'll keep a close eye on us, and I can assure you, Australia, acting in our national interest, will always be keeping a close eye on them.
The funeral of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh will take place in Jerusalem in a few hours as calls grow for answers over her death. The BBC's Tom Bateman reports.
A focus is emerging on the bullet that killed her, recovered during the autopsy.
but reportedly of a type used by both Israeli soldiers and Palestinian gunmen. At least 3 journalists who were with Ms. Abu Akla and witnessed her death have said the gunfire came from Israeli troops. Israel has said it is investigating, but maintains the fatal shot could have come from its forces or Palestinian militants. She will be buried this afternoon alongside her parents in a Christian Orthodox cemetery just outside the old city walls of Jerusalem.
And authorities in Iran have arrested at least 22 demonstrators protesting sudden price hikes of subsidised staple foods. The arrests follow Iran's announcement this week that the cost of cooking oil, chicken, eggs and milk would rise by as much as 300%. ABC News.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Gives it off to Sidebottom, who launches it, and Myercheck takes a wonderful one-hander. So Brodie Myercheck, no fuss player, just always gets the job done. Directly in front, should be elementary for the goal kicker, and it is. So Norton straight from the bench with a limping right leg, but it doesn't stop him booting goals on his left.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Too many goals in that second quarter, just one each. After the Bulldogs kicked the first 6 of the game inside the opening 20 minutes, it's been a pretty tough watch. Thereafter, Collingwood have kicked 2 of the last 3 goals either side of quarter time. So as a result, the Dogs led it by 39 points early. They now lead it at half-time by 34 points. Really, most of the action's been happening on the interchange, with Jack Madgen subbed out of the game with what looks like a badly dislocated shoulder late in that second quarter. Aaron Norton has been in the wars as well, but he's out there warming up, expected to start the second half. And Scott Pendlebury was withdrawn before the game started, out with illness, so Callum Brown took his place in the starting lineup. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges with you on Grandstand AFL. Friday night footy at Docklands. The team news for the Sunday games, of course, the teams cut earlier this evening. Now, the West Coast Eagles, no Shannon Hearn, no Andrew Gaff. So that's not going to help. Naish and Florenka and Mountford all out for the West Coast Eagles. Greg Clark is back, Witherden, Bailey Williams and Nelson all returning. And Melbourne have the same 22. It's amazing when things are going well, the D's just front up with the same squad that beat St Kilda last week, so they're unchanged. Noah Anderson is back for the Gold Coast. They play Fremantle in the early game on Sunday. The Dockers making 5 changes, so they brought back all bar one of the guys that missed last week with the COVID protocols. Lloyd Meek is the odd man out, but Lobb, Frederick, Collier, Logan, Akers all back. Now, Michael Walters will miss that game. He's in the health and safety protocols. Meanwhile, the game between GWS and Carlton. Look out for Jesse Motlop, who's going to make his debut, a West Australian out of South Fremantle. So he'll debut for the Blues. Meanwhile, Connor Stone is the inclusion for GWS. For all your sporting news, of course, abc.net.au/sport. You can catch up on the latest there. The Dogs by 34 points. Second half action upon us. What are you looking for here, Lingy, early stages of the third?
Well, I want to see the Bulldogs have another string to their bow to add to that midfield quality contested ball clearance work. And I want to see what Collingwood can do now. Can they organise themselves, compose themselves down back? Can Darcy Moore and Quainer and these types of players who've had a bit of a rough start get composed in the middle of the ground? Taylor Adams, Jack Crisp, Jordan De Goey. They're good enough. Drive it forward more often and they will have opportunities to score.
Are we going to see goals like the first quarter?
I hope so, Cal.
Or no goals like the second term. Here we go to start the third. And the 2 rucks go at it again. Cameron wins it straight down to Crisp, who's in the midfield, and he's tackled by Liberatore, who's having a typical Liber night.
And Smith makes his way to the stoppage, which leaves a Collingwood defender free.
Noble's dropping off.
It is Noble.
It's taken off the hands of the ruck by Crisp and is tackled by Liber this time. And now a boundary throw up. A ball up right in the centre. We'll get down to Tim Hodges very shortly. Sweet only as far as side bottom, who might end up handballing to himself here, although he tackled West. West dropped the ball. It flicks the way of Crisp, who's trying to have an impact early stages of this third. West picks it up. Handballs out wide to Smith. Handballs backwards to Bontempelli. On the left, penetrating kick down to Norton. Darcy Moore in front marks it. And he outmarks a sore Norton. Handballs off to Noble, whose kick out was looking for Cal Brown. Came in as the late inclusion for Scott Pendlebury, who was a late withdrawal with the flu. Good tackle by side bottom. Umpire says play on. Brown. Now Adams, and the Pies have got it. Back to Crisp on the outer wing.
Well, the umpires have put their whistle away. There's been 2 or 3 that could have gone either way there.
Jack Crisp, recast as a midfielder the last month of the season. He sends the ball down towards half forward. No mark. Richards lays a heavy tackle. Says play on. Again, no whistle. Spits out the back of the pack to Dale. Hand pass away to Cleary. He wanted to get to Richards. It's out of play. Half forward here for the Magpies. 60 out from their goal at the southern end. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, I'm pleased to report Jack Madgen is back on the bench. He's looking a little better than the last time I saw him with that right shoulder out. The shoulder is back in. It's in a sling. He's been able to have a shower. He's subbed out of this game and will have scans to tomorrow to determine just the extent of that serious shoulder injury.
So boundary throw in on the outer side. Quick kick from Lipinski inside 50. Looking for Myercheck, but the Dogs are there. Gardner was able to set up this defensive move, and then he goes with the kick, pushing the back to Buku Kamis, goes a miss. And as a result, Quainer's paid the mark, and Kamis has been pinged for 50.
I think it might have been Aaron Norton who was close to the umpire, asking the umpire, what about the push in the back?
And Kamis was confused because he's got both arms out going, hang on, I didn't even say anything.
Which, as you called, Cal, he sort of was absolutely shoved underneath it, and Aaron Norton, I think, is the man who's going to be pinged for the descent in the 50.
So it brings Isaac Quainer within range.
Oh, it's a double. It's the shove too. So he's got a little bit. He could actually. There's a fair reason to be asking the question.
Isaac Quainer has kicked 1 goal this year from his first 8 games. Breakout year last year. Started shaky here tonight as the Dogs piled on the first 6. But he can make amends here. And he celebrates with all his teammates. They come from all angles. The lights are flashing, black and white, under the closed roof. And the Pies have now kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in this contest that dates back to the final minute of that first term. And we're in the opening minute of the third term. The Dogs lead it by 28. But it's a Pies, it's not really a surge, it's a slow surge, Cameron Ling.
A very glacial surge.
Yes.
I've loved Quainer's response, Mick, because he was having one of those nights, and young players, inexperienced, they have them. It feels like the world's closing in on you. He had a moment in the middle of the ground in the second quarter where he won a crucial 50-50 ball and set up a shot at goal for his team, and then nailing that one. That's important in his development. Drag yourself out of a tough game.
Bulldogs by 28 points. Centre break for the Magpies. Crisp sends it through centre half forward. They all miss it out the back. Myercheck can't collect. Under pressure from Gardner. He's over the top of the footy. Crowd one holding the ball. They won't get it. Richards grabs it. Lipinski's got him. And a ball up 20 metres out from the Magpies' goal.
And there it is. Clear the ball. Give yourself a chance.
Sweet. Knocks it to the back pocket. Dale bowled over. McCreary can't keep it alive. And Jure helps him over the boundary line. A throw in 30 out from the Collingwood goal. So all of a sudden, momentum just turning again. 4.5 minutes into the third term. Bulldogs now by 28.
The momentum would surge, Mick, if they can get one here, because they've got it inside 50. Boundary throw in the Pies. No one in the ruck got it. DeGoey pounced on it. Bontempelli pounced on him. 2 of the biggest names.
One or the other.
And the umpire did not blow his whistle. It was either holding the ball
or high contact, yeah.
Play on. So he throws it straight up. Dacos pounces on it. A high ball to the top of the goal square. That is a strong defensive mark taken by Richards under enormous pressure in the defensive goal square. He runs to the pocket and he delivers.
Dangerous.
So he's kicked it out of bounds on the full, but Norton flew and Darcy Moore flew into his back. And both of the players have cannoned into the advertising hoardings or the fence, boundary fence. And Norton receives a free kick. Norton's going to be feeling every bone in his body when he wakes up tomorrow morning.
What a warrior. As Liberatore takes the mark and then chips short to the Bont, who goes cruising through the wing and then kicks it long towards Sweet. Getting across Maynard, spoils, close to the boundary line. Dunkley wants to keep it alive. Paddles it to Cordy against the boundary line. Great vision. Kicks in the corridor, and Treloar, standing unmarked, takes it 25 out straight in front.
Well, there's a great lesson there for any footballer on this planet. The ball's not dead until the umpire says so. That ball looked like it may have crossed the line. It didn't cross the line, but it looked like it was going to cross the line. Collingwood players pulled up. Dogs players stayed at it. It was a square up more so than find the player, but Treloar, ever so smart, gets in the corridor.
No one with him for company. Continues to haunt the Magpies. Adam Treloar for his second of the night. Through it goes. Just his second outing against his old team. And the Bulldogs are back out by 34 once again. 7 minutes into the third term. 8:10:58. Collingwood 3-6-24. 7 minutes into the third term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Ryan Gardner just limped off the ground, had to be helped down the race by both doctors in a really bad way. Rourke Smith has just started to ask the question whether he should warm up after seeing that, but gee, he didn't look in a good way at all. I'm not sure exactly what's wrong with him, but had to be helped down the race.
I've got a technical question for you. Thanks for that, Hodgie. That if the ball's out of bounds on the fall down here, technically the play stopped.
Yep.
So therefore the Darcy Moore free kick, does it actually count as an in the back? Can it be paid to him? Or should the fact the play stopped because it was out on the full remain as a Collingwood free kick?
And he actually got into him after they crossed the boundary line as well. So, yep.
I'll let you think about that one, because I'm not sure what the answer is.
Surely the man that's coached more VFL/AFL, he'll be flicking through his little book in a minute to find out. Here's Bontempelli. He's got it at half forward. He kicks it as long and strong as he can towards Norton. 1-2 bites at it. Now Treloar at ground level flicks it out. Dunkley's fighting in there, just trying to get a soccer goal through. They've got it right on the edge of the goal square. Desperate defence from the Pies.
But a free kick can be paid any time, though, Lingy. I mean, you kick a goal and a free kick can be paid after a goal score.
Tossed up on the edge of the goal square here for the Bulldogs. Dunkley tries to just barge his way through. Now Maynard had it, lost it. Good tackle applied, but it was too high, in fact, by Cordy.
I hear what you're saying, Nick, but is it technically still in the play? It wasn't prohibitive contact, which you can pay for if there's a stop. It's a dead ball. It was in the play, but the play didn't exist because it was out on the full. I have no idea what the answer is, by the way. I'm just posing it.
Well, while you two bicker behind me, I'll continue on with the play. Nick
thank you, Cal.
Dacos started this right in the last line of defence, and now 50 given away from the Dogs against Alex Keith. And Cameron is going to be the recipient. He won the free kick in the marking contest. And the umpire's going to drag Alex Keith to McRae in the end. So McRae's going to be the man standing the mark 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Interesting what that's for. I wish the umpires could actually point to something and give the supporters some clue of
movement on the mark, maybe.
Yeah. There's got to be some technical thing to say. Look, you're yapping, or you're over the mark, or there's two of you, or whatever the case is. We're mystified.
And I guess on the TV broadcast, though, umps are mic'd up, so there's an explanation. But in radio, that's not the case.
Make it up.
Darcy Cameron, he's accurate. He's kicked 8, 3 and 7 games this year from just inside 50, sets it on its way, and he hangs that out to the right. He hangs that out to the right indeed. He misses everything. So Dogs by 34 points.
Keith will get the footy here. So Bulldogs by 34. A goal each in the quarter. 10 minutes into the third. As Keith long to a contest. Cordy works his way to the front. There's a free kick behind that. And illegally shepherded out of it. Darcy Cameron's going to take the free for Collingwood. He steps off his line. Has 3 looks at a drop punt and then just dabs it short to Josh Dacos.
Collingwood have got a bit of control of this at the moment. They just need a score to bring that scoreline back inside 4 goals.
Hoskin Elliott with a running start. Just got a little bit of a block on the way through, and Bontempelli punches it out of play. Throw in forward pocket for the Pies. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Any update down there, Hodgie?
No, still no Gardner. So, yeah, he was walking like a crab down the race. So I don't know whether it's like a hip or like a pelvis sort of injury. So he was in an excruciating amount of pain. So, yeah, it's still no sign of him.
Speaks very highly of you.
Liberatore with a kick out of the pack. Good tackle there. That's holding the ball. It's going to be rewarded. Lockie McNeil on to Goey. So McNeil goes short to Daniel. In the defensive 50 here, they've got it. Daniel, the switch kick is on out wide. Waiting for it to bounce a couple of times is Richards before he traps it. Spins, delivers down the line over the head of Duray. Poulter got his hands in there. Side bottoms able to mop up. Great vision. Handball over the top to Adams, who brings it inboard to Dacos. That's Nick Dacos. He finds McCreery all by himself right on 50. Too far out to score. He's going to turn and try and find his man in the goal square, and he does. Hoskin Elliott was just hiding behind Alex Keith. And a run and a jump and a chest mark directly in front.
The most impressive part of that was Nick Dacos' vision.
Yeah.
To find McCreery out here. Most young players just see directly what's in front of them. He's able to look up and see the longer option.
Hoskin Elliott, let's put it down. Top of the goal square. He won't miss from there. He doesn't. He gets his first. And they're revitalised, these Pies, after they've emerged from the half-time break. And they eat back into that margin yet again. They got it back to within 28 points. The Dogs, 8-10-58. Collingwood 4-6-30. The margin is 28. Hodgie on the boundary.
Amazingly, Ryan Gardner is back from the rooms. He's had a handful of Panadol or something to help the pain, and he's straight back on the field. So they really needed him down the back line, the Dogs, and he's straight back out there.
That's another mark inside the front 50. The Collingwood keep marking inside front 50. This game is going to keep staying alive. Remarkably, Hoskin Elliott marked that when two Dogs players looked at him and both fell off him. It was just a remarkable situation.
Dogs by 28. Centre clearance for the Pies. Crisp sends it out to half forward. Callum Brown running out after it. Doesn't take possession. Tried to tap it away. Hit it straight to Bailey Dale. And then he lays the tackle. The ump's holding the ball.
Call it back.
And the advantage was taken by Callum Brown, who then, under pressure, didn't realise he was getting the free. He turns it over.
But you're 10 metres away from a screaming crowd. You can't hear the whistle every single time.
And now a boundary throw-in. After all that, 70 metres out from the Magpies goal. Begg and Cordy lock up. Spills down to Bailey Smith. Has a fumble once, twice, and now he's out of play. 65 out from the Collingwood goal, left half forward.
Well, dynamics have changed here. Inside 50s really Collingwood's favour, 7-3, which we haven't seen for the first half. Dogs are now under pressure.
And yet they lead it by 28 points. Umpire spotted a free off the ball. He'll be giving that to Dunkley for the Dogs across half-back. Works it short to Williams. Handballs over the top is a little risky to McRae. Throws it on the left. He's looking for Norton. Air Norton on one leg. He soars and he hurts a Pies player in the process. He quickly plays on. Almost kicked it to his direct opponent in Darcy Moore. Goes at it one-handed. Couldn't control it at all. Hoskin Elliott with the pick-up and then Poulter with the shank. Is that deliberate? Yes, it is. No, a boundary throw-in rather.
Well, so Darcy Moore is just conceding the mark to Norton. Anything outside 50.
But he's also now he's lost his daring. He could have marked that 100 times.
But clearly that's an instruction to Darcy Moore.
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay.
You won't tell him that. You won't tell a player how to play that type of role. What you'll do, you'll say play tight, but you'll still say keep your initiative. That's what your DNA is.
Beck knocks down the opposing ruckman before the footy got there. So free kick Cordy goes short to Scott. And marks. He's about 70 metres out. Left half forward for the Bulldogs. Just lays it up. Where's Norton? He flies, but in front the Bont stands tall with all the traffic behind him. And Bont clunks the contested mark. Left forward pocket for the Dogs.
Who was the Bulldogs player Was it Treloar who just laid the most beautiful, subtle little block on Darcy Moore? No, it's not Treloar. Who was it?
Might have been Norton, was it?
No, it's one of the young...
Yeah, I'll tell you, it is Robbie McComb.
It is too. What a brilliant block.
Yeah, it was. Fantastic.
The bomb hits the post. 3/4 of the way up. Leaves it Swain at the northern end of the ground. So the Dogs with another behind, 8-11. Collingwood a 4-6. Bulldogs by 29 points, 16 played in the third.
Well, that was clever by Robbie McComb. Fourth game to just subtly get in Moore's way, and that's why Bontempelli took that mark.
Nick Dacos with the kick in duties to the big pack, and it's spoiled over the line. Boundary throw in, half forward for the Dogs.
Norton's kicked a couple in that matchup with Darcy Moore. One of them from a free kick.
Flicked back in. Sweet got rid of his opponent, Begg, and then took it by hands. Libba basically wrenched it out of there to get out of the trouble. Handball to McRae, and now it's worked its way to Daniel. Daniel to Scott. Had it, lost it, jumped on it. He's got to be careful here. Umpire says no, it's okay. So a ball up, broadcast wing, dockside wing.
Bailey Smith attacking side. Oh, he nearly got it. He's just by himself every
Chris was
time.
onto it. He comes back through the middle to side bottom. Tries to break a tackle by Daniel. Handballs back to Quaynor. Quaynor now to Nick Dacos. On the boot, puts it out in front of Henry. The two teenagers combining superbly. Ollie Henry now. He's got it on the city wing. He's looking for DeGoey. Great spoil from behind Bailey Smith. That was tough and hard. DeGoey put his body on the line, but he couldn't clunk a mark.
This is big Jordan Sweet, who marks at half-back for the Dogs. First game since round 11 last year.
Maybe you understand he's a ruckman.
Oh, that's Mrs. Daniel is intended.
No.
Target comes through to Begg of the Magpies. Hand pass away to Adams to Noble. Kicks inside to Myercheck, who takes the mark. In that channel at right half forward, he'll kick from just inside the 50.
No, he hasn't worked it out.
By that you mean just kick it long or handball it off?
He had a chance to hand pass it off. He had a chance to kick the ball initially. No, he wanted to.
The 15-metre hit up drop punt wasn't for him.
My place sick of me saying you're not thorough merit. You won't even know thorough merit is there, Lee?
He related to Zach Merritt.
Brody Myercheck, he misses near side. Behind.
I want you to Google it up. One of the great players of Collingwood who could kick the ball beautifully, generally a drop kick. That shows how long ago he played. But a ruckman like that, what is wrong? The light's always on, but it's dull.
Pies, Dogs by 28 points, 18 played in the third.
So Dale, they almost turn it over here with the kick in. They do well to regather. Chain of handballs across half-back. Now they work it through the midfield. Williams, Treloar with a lovely, cute little fake. And then he delivers down the ground by foot to West. West goes long, getting out the back and taking the mark is Scott. Scott has marked ahead of Quaynor. He lost him in the air. He ducked around the back. And he's marked on the edge of the goal square. He's in the right forward pocket.
Well, that was Treloar really just selling the dummy. There was a lot of good hand pass in there by the Dogs. Made sure it was nice and clean, but it was Treloar in the end.
And Scott on the left. The set snap finishes off Treloar's good work. Adam Treloar's had a night out this evening. He's already kicked a couple. And now Anthony Scott kicks his first. Back out by 34 points, 9-11-65. Collingwood 4-7-31. We've got 20 minutes in the third term.
This would be hurting Collingwood fans. 22 disposals from Treloar, 2 goals, and game-breaking play like that, where he's taken the ball forward, he's got goal side, he's really attacked. He's been terrific, and it's complemented the inside work of Liberatore and Jack McRae and these sorts of players who've been really good around the contest. When you've got Bailey Smith and Adam Treloar hurting them on the outside, that's the balance of the Dogs.
Yeah.
He's clearly gritted the teeth tonight against the former team.
So it's 2 goals each this quarter. It's just simply the Pies have got to get that break where they make the Dogs start to think about their game.
Myercheck miss at one end and straight down the other end for a goal for the Bulldogs. Dogs back out by 34. A sweep down to Liberatore. He's locked up. So a couple of misses for Myercheck, and this is a guy who was 18 goals, 7 for the season coming in, and Ollie Henry 0 goals, 3 for the night. He's missed some real sitters. We'll have a ball up again in the middle.
Collingwood players, Lingy, if you ever look, they don't know who they're picking up because a Collingwood player from the half-forward line is coming up all the time.
Centre break for the Pies. Side bottom jams it on the boot, and Keith leads Hoskin Elliott to the foot. He takes the intercept mark. 20 out from his defensive goal line for the Bulldogs. Swings his drop punt out to Dale. Takes on McCreary on the mark and gets around him, the All-Australian halfback. Short kick to Cleary. And the first gamer has it for the Bulldogs on the City wing.
He just guides that cautiously to Williams, who turns around. There's no one manning the mark. Has a dash, kicks two, and finds Buku Khamis. No.
Push.
Oh, a push against Khamis, who kicked 2 goals in the opening term. So Collingwood get a chance to breathe a big sigh of relief because he marked that directly in front. Sidebottoms put it straight down the throat of Dunkley for the Dogs. He's going to torch them on the turnover. No, he's going to wait, and wheeling around behind was Libba, and he pierces that bullet-like, and Treloar had to get down low with Maynard all over him. He's taken a mark, and he's going back the former Pie to look for his 3rd goal of this evening. Adam Treloar, the standout.
He just knows where to get Treloar. He has some good days, he has some bad days, but by and large, he just knows where to get and to be in the eyes of his teammates.
So Adam Treloar, 30 metres out. Tightish angle. He's on the right side for a right footer. He puts it on the right foot, and he just slides that home. Adam Treloar adds to the Pies' pain. He's booted his 3rd. They lead by 40. It's the biggest lead of the night now. 10-11-71, Collingwood 4-7-31, and we're halfway, a little bit over halfway through the 3rd quarter.
What a game he's having, Adam Treloar. I've just been doing some schoolwork, Nick. Thorold Merritt. I've learnt that he was a 2-time Collingwood Best and Fairest winner, 2-time Premiership player for the Pies, Team of the Century on the wing, Collingwood Hall of Fame. You know the best part of this whole thing, Corbs? Yep. I can finally say to Mick, I was right and he was wrong. Because Zach Merritt is, in fact, he's there. Zach Merritt is his great nephew. So he's related to him.
Well, it's fantastic.
That was just a complete fluke by me.
There's not many Merritts around, is there? But it didn't say in there that he's a great kick.
Back in the middle, Cameron palms it down to Adams. He gives it back to Cameron. He's going to be pinged for a throw, in fact.
I was surprised Mick used the term Google. I thought he was going to try and Google something. But do you know how to do that, Mick?
I'm not. Look, I mightn't be great, Callum, but I do know to push the button.
Okay.
Free kick.
You push a button.
Bulldogs by 40 points. Time on in the 3rd. They get the centre break after the throw against Adams. Bond comes wide with a kick to Cleary, and now hits up Jack McRae. 70 out. He loads up and kicks it in the Norton direction. In from the side comes Sweet. Still bobbles around forward pocket for the Dogs. Charging through his west. He's tackled front on. Umpire says ball up. 20 metres out from the Dogs' attacking goal. It's at 40 points, which is a new game high, despite Collingwood's work after the Dogs kicked the first 6 of the game.
5 minutes to play in this 3rd term. Straight down to Dunkley. Treloar with a little dinky kick. Can't get it to Bontempelli. Treloar follows up with a tackle. It spills out to West. Curls it round the corner. Goes for the snap. The Hail Mary, all or nothing, and he comes up with nothing. Riley West. Back in the team tonight, the number 14. Margin still 40 points. The highest it had been before that was 39 points when they kicked the first 6 goals of the contest, the Dogs, here this evening to set up this mighty lead.
Jeremy House is going to go long with the contest. Kick to the wing. Leaping in from the side, Gardner. Knocks it down to Josh Dacos. He's tackled by West. Dispossessed. Umpire says play on. Now the pack forms around him and we'll have a ball up. Still on the City wing. Dogs by 40. They kicked the first 6 inside the opening 20 minutes. Collingwood chipped away. They never really got within 4 goals. And now the Bulldogs with the last 2, and they lead it by a new game high in 40 points. The outer wing.
Wouldn't like to see De Goey get in the game, Lingy. He hasn't touched it this quarter.
Has not touched it. Wow.
Cameron for Collingwood. He goes back in the defensive 50 to Nick Dacos. Now back to Howe. So the Pies try the switch. Dangerous kick from Howe. Khamis closes late. Spoils it away from Hoskin Elliott. Khamis taps it to Scott, but he's out of room. And the ball's out of play between wing and half forward for the Bulldogs.
And if they were going to make their surge, the Pies, it was going to be on the back of De Goey, wasn't it, Nick?
Well, had to be.
You know what you're getting from Taylor Adams and Jack Crisp, just lots and lots of hard work and quality. They needed that game breaker and they have not got it.
Shallow throw in. Cameron got there first, but guess who at ground level? Bailey Smith spins around, delivers, looking for Karmas. Once it hits the deck, West pounces. He fakes one way, tries to get around Kainor. He does, and then he delivers to the goal square. He's asking a lot of his teammates down there. Norton comes in late, and little handball. Norton's going to dribble it through. He dribbles it through for a goal after he sets the quick little handball from McComb. And is it going to be reviewed?
Yeah, I think that just on young Poulter thinks he's touched it. So I guess they all get reviewed, don't they? They're supposed to get reviewed.
Great hands by Robbie McComb. Got it over to Norton. He kept it low and he just tried to dribble it through a couple of players. Was it touched on the way?
Soft calls a goal.
The goal umpires called it a goal. We're seeing... Oh, I don't know. I don't think that's going to overturn it, is it, Nick? That replay we're watching right now.
Poulter's at the top of the goal square and he's thrown out his left arm and left leg at the Sherrin, but the question is, has he touched it as it's sort of bounced awkwardly through?
I wouldn't have thought he's touched it with his hand. I don't think he's touched it with his hand. That ball's really through him from there. It's going to be, as you said, Lingy, that it's going to be almost impossible.
Often the players know, and the ground is set up, both Dogs and Pies, as though they think it's going to be a point.
Yeah.
Insufficient evidence.
Wow. So what are they saying?
The original decision will stand.
The goal umpire's call.
Yes, finally. Confirmation. So Norton now has 3 goals in that matchup with Darcy Moore. And he's been a little bit sore as well. And Proppy, a couple of little incidents with the knee that hurt. But
I wonder what it was, Kel. I wonder what that injury is. We go back a few weeks because he's had it taped up for a few weeks. I wonder what the initial thing was, because we definitely saw him really get hyperextended in the goal square. That was after he'd already gone downstairs. So
he's definitely playing through pain, and Bontempelli is as well. He's got a shoulder strapped and he's had a sore ankle as well.
Yeah. Well, we remember we were here when he did his shoulder. We all said, we reckon he's hurt his shoulder there.
So 46 points is the margin. 11-11, 77. Collingwood 4-7, 31. 3 and a bit to play in this third term.
Umpire whacks it back down in the middle of the ground. Dogs starting to take over again here in the third. Cameron to De Goey, who's at the coalface now. Hand pass to Lipinski. Trickles a kick to centre half forward. Adams is just squirt straight off it by Bontempelli. There's a free kick for a high tackle, and it's going to come to Finn McRae. This is Jack's brother in the black and white stripes for Collingwood. He's the sub who's on for Madgen. Kicks out to half forward. It skids in front of De Goey, and he can't trap it. Out of play with Cleary for company, so a throw in half forward for the Pies. De Goey in the first 4 weeks of the season kicked 8 goals. He's kicked just 1 in his last 4 games. We love scoring involvements as a stat, Lingy. He's gone from averaging 9 a game through the first 4 weeks to just 4 in the last 4 weeks. For the boundary throw-in. Dogs from the stoppage again. Treloar to West. Had the blinkers on. Caught. And Tyler Brown rewarded with the tackle. Free kick Collingwood on the wing.
De Goey's had the 13 disposals on 1 tackle so far this evening. As Tyler Brown goes long inside 50. Chance here for McRae. His handball, though, ricochets the way of Caleb Daniel. Puts it out wide, and guess who's out wide along particularly this wing tonight? He's dominated as Bailey Smith. Tries to handle back to Williams, who has to barge him through a couple of Pies players over the boundary.
Well, Collingwood just aren't playing well enough now to even threaten. They're just not even cleaning up at the stoppages. Got an opportunity here.
Here is another stoppage as the ruckman put it down to a desperate Adams. Fires it out to McRae from a standing start on the wing as Steele side bottom. A real ump and under. Fisted down to Nick Dacos, to Noble in the centre of the ground. From a standing start, he just bombs it long, blazes away. And Keith says, I will mark that, thank you very much. The relieving defensive mark that he takes in front of Aidan Begg.
Swings it from one back pocket to the other. Here's Luke Cleary on debut, the 20-year-old. Picked 61 in last year's national draft after being overlooked in his draft year the year before. It's his opportunity for the Bulldogs. Short to Gardner, short to Treloar, and he chips it to Richards. Centre half back still in the defensive 50. Long, dangerous kick to a 2-on-1. Bailey Smith flies. No mark. Numbers win out. My check for Collingwood. Hand pass and turnover. Libba comes to lend a hand. Wins it for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. Kicks down to half forward. West the target. Noble gets across. Cuts it off for Collingwood. Wins possession back. The hand pass to McCreary. Back flank for the Pies.
Trelaw going back with the flight. That's brave. Henry comes in the other direction and knuckles it over the boundary line. Heavy collision between the two players.
Outside of Henry, Mychek perhaps, it seems to be the only two options for goals. You're just wondering whether De Goey's doing anywhere near enough midfield. Go forward, maybe perhaps leave him forward, one-on-one.
So the boundary throw-in couldn't quite hit the ruck. Cordy's in there. Cordy with a tackle. Bailey Smith kicks, almost ricochets, zinging around back to himself. Oh, taken high. Surely Dunkley will win the free. And that was a little reckless there by Tyler Brown. Slow to get up to his feet. Liberatore's a little slow as well. He thought, I think he wanted the kick, did he, Libba?
What do you think, Lee? Get De Goey forward and leave him forward out of the goal square.
I would, because he's doing zero as a midfielder and playing as a permanent forward out of the goal square.
Dunkley to Keith, all by foot to Gardner.
I'm not a huge fan to start with, Mick.
No, I realise, but if he's not getting a kick in the midfield...
Yeah, absolutely. Try something.
To Richards, Duray, back in board to Daniel.
Because he's a very, very good one-on-one player, but really poor at the moment, and particularly this third quarter. He hasn't got near it.
Gardner to Keith, back to Dunkley, who started this. So we've gone from one side back to the other, and now they go forward. A move to Liberatore. Still too far out to score. He's looking for, and he's asking Baku Kamas to run and leap. That's exactly what he does, but he cannot wrap two hands around the Sherrin and take a mark before the three-quarter time siren. So the Dogs by 46 points now. Collingwood challenged in that second term, and again early in the third. They had a bit of momentum before the Dogs, through Adam Trelaw, who kicked two in that third term, which means he's got three for the night. Really stood up and dominated in that third term. 11-11-77 the Dogs. So lead by 46 points, 4-7-31. Trelaw with three, Norton with three, two for Karmas and Dunkley, one for Scott. And for the Pies, just the 4 goals tonight. They've been very inaccurate. 4 goals, 7. Crisp, Mychek, Quaynor and Hoskin Elliott.
You know, sorry, I was going to say the worst thing about that third quarter, Collingwood had, from reading this right, they had 59 possessions. And you're trying to break, I think they may have kicked the first goal in that quarter.
Yep.
And you think, 59 possessions. I mean, that is an indictment on the players' ability in a game that's pretty open. Let's face it, it's lost its venom, it's lost its intensity. You need players around the football that are going to get the football. And that's why I say about De Goey, if he's not doing that, bring one of the kids up and let Dacos have a crack at it. Either Dacos. Smack bang in the middle. Bring Sidebottom and leave him in the middle. Bring Maynard up, who's a bull. Because at the moment, the players that are in there just aren't getting the football. And if you don't get the football, you don't get inside front 50. You don't get the front 50, you don't kick goals. Simple as that.
Dogs kicked the first 6 goals of the game to lead it by 39 points at one point in the opening quarter. Collingwood, in the sort of middle periods of the game, they kicked 4 out of 6 goals, and you thought, are they close enough to make a run here? They could never get it within 25 points. And now the Dogs have kicked the last 3 of the game, so it's out to a new game high. Bulldogs by 46 at three-quarter time. Off the SMS, Thurl Merritt could have sold Lingy his first pair of boots.
Yes, I did just look up then too. He worked in a sporting goods store.
There you go.
I'm not allowed to mention the name, am I?
I think it's Merritt. Was it Merritt? That was Merritt and something. It was...
Rebel Sport. He worked at it, according to in here. Yes.
Well, I reckon if you go right back, there was a Thurl Merritt boot. You know when you had the Polly Farmer boot and you had the Ron Barassi boot, was always on the... They were plastic boots. You know, my first boots were plastic. So on the side it would have had John Nichols or whoever else. But they were the boots. But I reckon Thurl Merritt,
you're right,
he had his own...
He started as the Merritt Hassett sports stores with Australian cricket captain Lindsay Hassett.
There you go.
Are you, is this Wikipedia, Cameron Lake?
Yes, you can't always trust it, Cal.
Just be careful. Be careful.
I'm just happy that he's related to Zach Merritt. That's you got that.
You won it. You won that easily.
Can I assume that he would have been was he a drop kick type exponent?
He was a winger, and he was, and look, I meet him every now and again. We go to, like there's a Collingwood function. He would be probably about 5'6", 5'7" at best. Yep. But what he's renowned for was his stab passing.
Yes.
Which he used to, and that's why I used to say to my players, they used to say, well, here we go again, here's another history lesson. Who you think you are? Thorough merit. Because, one of our ruckmen would have been trying to kick the ball 30 metres and through 3 or 4 opponents, So it become a common cry at Collingwood, West Coast, and probably Footscray.
Wake me when he finishes the history lesson, Paul.
Final quarter action coming up. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment. The Dogs by 46 points on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
The aged care sector.
Cost of living.
Young people really care about climate change.
Keep across all the election news that matters to you.
With a lineup of some of the ABC's best podcasts on the ABC Listen app.
Get in-depth reporting from podcasts like Hack,
The Party Room,
and daily coverage from Australia Votes, hosted by Melissa Clark, James Glenday and me, David Spears, as we run through the issues that matter to voters.
All the latest election news that matters to you.
With the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Isaac Quainer has kicked 1 goal this year. Started shaky here tonight as the Dogs piled on the first 6. And he can make amends here. And he celebrates with all his teammates. They come from all angles.
Dunkley wants to keep it alive. Paddles at DeCourty against the boundary line. Great vision. Kicks in the corridor of Treloar. Standing unmarked. Takes it 25 out straight in front. Continues to haunt the Magpies. Adam Treloar for his second of the night. Through it goes.
McCreery all by himself right on 50. Too far out to score. He's going to turn and try and find his man in the goal square, and he does. Hoskin Elliott was just hiding behind Alex Keith. Hoskin Elliott, top of the goal square. He won't miss from there. He doesn't. He gets his first. Treloar with a lovely, cute little fake. And then he delivers down the ground by foot to West. West goes long, getting out the back and taking the mark is Scott. And Scott on the left. The set snap finishes off Treloar's good work. So Adam Treloar, 30 metres out. Tightish angle. He's on the right side for a right footer. He puts it on the right foot. And he just slides that home. Once it hits the deck, West pounces. He fakes one way, tries to get around Quainer. He does, and then he delivers to the goal square. He's asking a lot of his teammates down there. Norton comes in late, and little handball. Norton's going to dribble it through.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Dogs in command here at Docklands. Friday night footy to start round 9 of the AFL Premiership season. The Bulldogs by 46 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals of the game to break it wide open if it wasn't already. They started like they've been shot out of cannon, kicked the first 6 goals inside 20 minutes. And the Pies have never got within 25 points thereafter. They lost Pendlebury before the game, so he was withdrawn with illness. And Jack Madgen has since been subbed out with what looks like a badly dislocated shoulder.
Corbin, we can just say Collingwood's midfield is almost identical of it's been all match. There's no variety at the moment.
Final quarter action underway. Cameron and Sweet in the middle as Sweet wins it down. Bontempelli bowled over, lost the footy in the process, comes to Adams, kicks hurriedly inside 50. Myercheck touched it on the way through, spills to Lipinski, snaps and hits the post. Trying to get in the action against his old side, and a behind for the Magpies. I feel like they've had a few posters tonight and a couple of shots they should have kicked. They're 4 goals 8. Collingwood, the Western Bulldogs are 11-11, 30 seconds into the final term.
So trying to work their way easily, the Dogs, from the defensive goal square where Daniel had the Sharon in his hands. They've worked it to the city wing where Libba's got it, the short, sharp pass to Bontempelli. Great to have him back in the side tonight. He's been unlucky to kick a couple of goals. Back to Daniel. So they're just toying with the Pies now. It's a 46-point margin at three-quarter time, 45 now. Now, the kick wasn't great. It went straight down the throat of Noble, who gave it off to Dacos. Sends it wide to Myercheck. Oh, another intercept here Caleb Daniel gets involved. A 50-50 ball. He's able to win it. He gets it up to West. West as he's slipping over. Handballs to Treloar. Great balance to Williams. To Liberatore to Williams all by hand. McRae could have used Duray out wide. Instead, he delivers long to Norton. Norton almost in front of Darcy. Darcy Moore got a touch to it. He couldn't affect it in the air. Bontempelli pounces and he's looking for Cordy. Still side bottom gets down there and slaps it away and is just happy to casually walk that over the boundary line. It'll be a throw in the pocket here for the Dogs.
Still Simon's lost a lot of his zip and that, but that's work right there. As a winger, got back there and helped out his fullback. Very, very encouraging. Great stuff.
So boundary throw in. 45 points the lead for the Bulldogs. Forward pocket for the Dogs. Comes down though to Maynard for the Pies. Hand pass to Quaynor under the palm. Smothered by Norton. Ricochets back to Court. He's dumped in a heavy tackle from Howe. Umpire says play on. Ball spits out to Tyler Brown and then Adams and a hand pass to DeGoey. Racing through centre half back. Kicks out to the wing. Lipinski taps it on to Henry's advantage. Collects. Hand pass over his shoulder. Back Lipinski. Sets up Crisp. 40 out on the run. Kicks goalward. Kicks it. Jack Crisp on the run with his second. It wasn't fluent, but nice team footy for the Magpies. It results in their fifth of the night. 5-8-38 Collingwood. The Western Bulldogs 11-11-77. Dogs by 39 early doors in the fourth.
Terrific play through the middle of the ground.
DeGoey.
Yeah, DeGoey, good run. I mean, his kick wasn't great, but it got there. Nice shepherd on the goal line too. Alex Keith was complaining that he should have got a free kick, but I wouldn't have thought so. Just a nice shepherd to make sure that one sailed through for a goal. Nice finish by Jack Crisp.
Hi guys, just got in the car to hear some discussion about Therrell Merritt. Not sure whether you guys mentioned his 15 years on the ABC footy coverage from Ruth in Middle Park.
Did you know that?
Oh, I knew.
You're just testing us, weren't you?
You ever do some games with Therrell? He was before my time on the ABC coverage.
Ah, dear. 88 years young. Love the old stories. Here's Bontempelli charging out of the centre and delivering just inside 50. Quaynor back to Howe, to Noble, who's battled his heart out this evening. This is Nick Dacos breaking the tackle of West. Wheels around down the centre of the ground, delivers to Adams, comes back to Maynard. Had to really get down low. It was a good take in the end. Here's DeGoey. DeGoey's marking. DeGoey's playing on. Daniel's tackle might affect the kick here. Off hands. Loose ball in the goal square. Lipinski soccers it through. The former Dog with a goal for all his hard work. And it's back-to-back goals for the Pies. We've seen glimpses of this tonight. The margin is still 33 points. So Collingwood 6-8-44. The Dogs 11-11-77. Lipinski is still living with Aaron Norton and Tim English. It's lucky he didn't get sick this week, Cameron Lee.
Yes, very lucky. A lot going around both clubs at the moment. I don't know whether to be the way Collingwood started this quarter and the way Jordan DeGoey started this quarter, happy and excited that they're playing like this, Mick, or more frustrated at the way DeGoey played in the third quarter.
Yeah, I agree with that. The thing is, what the Dogs will be saying, how can they can walk through the centre, though, on two occasions? They've just virtually walked through the centre of the ground.
Crooked bounce in the middle. Dogs kicked the first 6 of the game inside the opening 20 minutes, and Collingwood have never got back within 25 thereafter. That was midway through the second quarter. It's currently 33 points the margin, 7 minutes into the last. So ball up from the restart. Adams knocks out a hand pass, wanted to get it to Crisp, stolen Bailey Smith to McRae, out to Williams, kicks to half forward to Bungu Karmas, who takes the mark for the Bulldogs. What a start he had tonight, 2 goals in the first 12 minutes, looks for Norton and dropping back in the hole. Cameron takes the intercept mark for Collingwood.
Here we go, Mick. What's he going to do? No, he understood his limitations.
And that's Therrell Merritt-like as he hits up Noble, who marks in the back pocket, and he goes short to Crisp, to Howe rather, at centre-half back.
I like that call. It's very good, that call. he would have stabbed past it had it been Therrell Merritt.
Howe, the lateral kick to Quaynor, who has a trot out of the defensive 50, goes to the wing in a one-on-one contest. Umpire keeps his whistle away, and Bontempelli then comes in and offers some assistance. Kicks to Bailey Dale. They look to regather, and relaunch again. I know that Tim Hodges is a Pies fan. I don't know if he's still down there, Corbin. I've got a question for him in a second. We'll get down to him shortly. Just check that he's still around. No Pies fans leaving too early just yet as the Dogs kick to a one-on-one. It's a contest against Williams and still side bottom. And now Bailey Smith comes in, wrenches it clear. Handball's back inboard, but he's handballed to Lipinski for the Pies. Lipinski's doesn't meet the target. DeGoey charges in, grits the teeth, gives it back to Lipinski. This is all across half-back. Noble caught. West. He ducks. He breaks the tackle. Pies fans want the whistle to be blown. Umpire puts it away. Now there's a real scrimmage and scrap on it. Centre half forward here for the Dogs. Daniel had it. Daniel's caught. Treloar. Handball's back. McRae. Quainer. Surely he's taken high. Umpire says gone.
Yeah, well done. Well, good persistence by both sides there. Just terrific stuff. A 5-goal difference in the game didn't show up in that contest.
A centre half back. Quainer wants to go on with it. Looking for Henry out wide. Pressure was coming late from Dale. Side bottom. Flicked out. Lipinski goes again. Can he hit a target inside 50? Myercheck. Great spoil from Gardner. Gardner then wins the Sherrin. Gardner takes off. Gardner's kick is touched. And trying to trap it down there was Tyler Brown. Goes back to Poulter on the left. This time he goes longer into the pocket. The fly, the spoil over the boundary line. And a flurry of football in the last minute or so. It looks like we've seen Luke Beveridge coach from down on the boundary before, Hodgie. Looks like he's having a huge impact keeping everyone calm and the players engaged, particularly in that opening term. He's still down there, I think.
DeGoey, stoppage goal coming up. He delivers. They've waited all night for him to get involved. But Jordan DeGoey, trademark from the stoppage, bursting through and hooking it back over his shoulder for a major. Dogs lead cut to 27. Collingwood 7-8-50. The Bulldogs 11-11-77. 8.5 into the final term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, this feels like a big team effort by the Bulldogs with Luke Beveridge, that everyone is invested. Every player that comes off gets a pat. Every player going on gets some instruction. So Luke Beveridge is fully invested into making sure the team adds their 4th win for the season. Interestingly, and I'd love Mick's take on this, I did the Collingwood-Richmond game last Saturday with the team, and it's the first time I've seen Craig McRae coach from the bench. He never puts the headset on almost ever. And it's certainly 9 minutes into this final term, hasn't put it on once in the final term. Like Mick, when you coached on the bench, did you like to have the headset on so you had constant communication with the box?
I'll just watch this, but I never coached the whole time on the bench because I just thought you didn't see enough. So it was only very rare, but you just made your own decisions down there.
Lovely move from side bottom across half back. Mark couldn't be taken by Dacos. In the end, he dropped it. Daniel gets involved. Libba picks it up. Goes long. Buku Karmas rises high. He's got a leap on him. He couldn't take the mark, though. He's going to win a free kick. It's going to come back to Karmas. He goes out wide. Nice passage of play there by Williams, who could go for home and deliver. He misses. So 3 goals in a row for the Pies. They get it back to 27 points. But we're at the 10-minute mark of the final term. There's been passages from the Pies that have been good, but inconsistent.
Maynard on a long run and then a driving kick up to the wing from the kick out. One-on-one contest. Duray and Lipinski. Duray got a hand and the Dogs win it. So Dunkley to Keith to Bailey Smith, back to Dunkley, kicks it down to half forward. The bot goes upstairs, can't complete the mark. Free kick for a high tackle, no.
Oh, they missed that one. Should have been.
Lockie McNeil got a coat hanger in all of that. From Jeremy Howe. And the ump's going to ball it up. Cordy knocks it down. Bailey Smith through traffic, hooking off his non-preferred left boot. Howe diving, takes the gully catch. Right on the behind line. So Dogs by 28 points. Pies have kicked the last 3. They haven't been within 25 points after that opening flurry.
They tried to use the corridor, but it's stolen by Daniel. Handballs to Dunkley, gets it back, tried to do a little bit too much in the end, and now the Pies can pounce through the centre of the ground. They go. Chris to DeGoey. DeGoey then tries to get McRae involved. It's flicked back to Bailey Smith, who's done everything but kick a goal tonight. Into a one-on-one in the pocket he goes. Unable to take the mark down there was Bontempelli. He tackles Maynard and over the boundary line it goes. It was a good contest between the Bont and Maynard.
Let's see if someone goes near Bailey Smith at this stoppage.
It'll be a boundary throw in.
He nearly kicked a goal at the last ball up. A boundary throw in inside forward 50.
He's had 30 plus. I think he's up to about 36 and 2 behinds Bailey Smith. Norton and Cameron in the ruck. Here's a chance for Treloar. Treloar with the snap and he misses.
I'm just watching DeGoe. He's playing half forward, comes right away up. The Dogs fall off him and he's been able to stay in the middle. That's why he's been able to get back in the game as a half forward. And quite considerably, because the Dogs just aren't picking him up. They are now, but generally haven't been.
Howe just bangs it straight down the pipe inside the centre square. Spills to Callum Brown, a little fumble. Now he becomes the tackler. And lays a heavy tackle on Gardner and will have a ball up alongside the centre circles.
So Bailey Smith's had it 38 times. Treloar 30 and 3 goals.
Dogs by 29. Gardner doing the ruck work. Knocks it down to McComb. His hand pass is coming back and there's a pack which forms around him.
Smith will get it again here.
He comes out towards Cordy and then to Williams. Hand pass to Treloar. Thought about the give. Goes back to Daniel. Kicks to half forward and here's McComb, who's kept on running. Short kick inside 50. Trying to hit up Norton and drop him back. Crisp takes the intercept mark from Collingwood.
There's DeGoe again. His man is just so far off him.
Finds DeGoe at centre half back. Not a great kick intended from McCreary. Forces a turnover. Scott for the Dogs. Hand pass to Dale. Sends it deep inside 50. Norton again the target. Maynard back for Collingwood. Paddles it away to Howe and he links up by hand with Crisp.
He goes wide to Tyler Brown. Goes back to Maynard. Maynard's kick. Stolen here. Intercepted by Bailey Dale. Send it to Dunkley. Got a push in the back. He'll receive a free kick. Against DeGoe. Oh, is that 50? 50, yes, against DeGoe. He didn't like the call. And now he's just walking, head down. Body language isn't great towards the bench.
I reckon they must have a rule if you give away 50 with your set. I think Collingwood can
really?
walk off. Oh, well, he knew,
didn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
he's a bit...
Descent.
It's an emotional game. It was...
And he actually tried to restrain it back in, didn't he?
Yeah. You're either... If it's a real dissent thing, we can understand it, but when it's just emotion like that without pointing at the umpire...
So it's a set shot for the Dogs. Dunkley directly in front. Raises both arms high. He's got his third. And the margin now 35 points. Dogs 12-13-85. Collingwood 7-8-50. Hodgie down on the boundary. You wouldn't want to be Darcy Cameron. Oh, here we go. Craig McRae going over to Jordan DeGoe right now and just having a word.
He never gets angry, which is kind of disappointing. I thought the spray might have been coming at quarter time. Even now, he's actually smiling with Jordan DeGoe, almost as if saying what Mick just said. Looked like you were trying to restrain yourself and not yell at the umpire, just yell at himself. So, yeah, no sprays coming from Craig McRae. It's more...
And that's where it's hard for the umpire.
Well, DeGoe, no doubt, really was remonstrating with himself. He wasn't pointing at the umpire, so it's not dissent to the umpire. I mean, there's got to be a direct assault, not verbal assault on the umpire.
Yeah.
Bulldogs by 35 points, and that's going to make it really tough for Collingwood now if it wasn't already. Free kick for a hold in the middle. Pies will get one here through Tay Adams. Alongside the centre circles, he can kick it deep to the top of the goal square. They all climb for it. Daniel knocks it down to Keith and he just hurdles over the Collingwood players on the ground. Hand pass to Treloar, kicks up to the wing. Maynard falling to ground, got it out to Howe. And Collingwood come up with it. Tyler Brown across the ground. Dangerous kick, wanted Noble. Norton almost intercepted. Still alive in the middle of Docklands. Tyler Brown wins it for Collingwood. Hand pass, a turnover. Cordy for the Dogs. To Treloar, to Norton, and there's nothing up ahead. And so he just has to kick wide to Dunkley.
Darcy Moore's got to come up now and engage Norton. Don't just let him drift in. They're not going to go there, but she just stays so far back.
Dunkley back to Keith. He then goes short to McRae.
He stays off his man. That's why he can't play on the best forward. He's got to play on the weaker forward. I know that sounds strange, but that's the way he plays his footy.
So McRae to Keith, just toying with them. A game of cat and mouse out there at the moment, the Bulldogs. Just a tick under 10 minutes left in this contest. It was the Dogs by 32 at quarter time. First 6 goals of the contest, 34 at half time, 46 at three-quarter time, as Daniel with the piercing kick inside 50. Precision and perfection, and the mark taken by McNeil.
No one on him. Absolutely no one on him. 35 metres out directly in front. The first priority of any backline player, pick up your forward, your mids, then fill the holes up, not you backs finding some space, because inevitably your forward will have the other bit of space. So
trouble is, mids just often go back there to just be in a position for when there's a turnover.
Yeah.
I can get a possession here.
Yeah.
So Lachlan McNeil lining up, slightest of angle, 35 metres out, straight off the side of the boot. And out of bounds on the full. That's a disappointing result for him. A disappointing result for Pies fans tonight. Just looking around, a huge crowd in for this one under the closed roof, but many in the black and white are grabbing at their bags, putting their jackets on, putting the scarf on, and they're heading up and out.
Mentioned the 12 guys on the injury list for the Dogs. They only have 14 out of the 23 that played in last year's grand final, the Western Bulldogs tonight. So 9 new faces. That was 9 games ago for the Western Bulldogs. Up over halfway, here's Richards for the Dogs. Hand pass away to Liberatore. So Dogs win it back to Treloar. Dale takes on McCreary. Got a hand pass back to Treloar. Dogs work it out in tight traffic. Nice work, Treloar.
Treloar's had a ball tonight against his old team. He's just enjoying every minute of this.
Hits up McRae, who marks on the wing.
There's one player that's really snuck under the guard of most of the media, and I reckon it's Richards. I think he's done a terrific job of transferring from a half forward to a back line. Gives him run.
Played every game this year.
Yeah, and he's been terrific. He really has been terrific.
He played only 5 last year, so forced his way in to a pretty successful team and held it down after his efforts in the pre-season in the back half. McRae's kicked to half forward. Free kick spotted, so Pies will take it. Maynard long down the line, but out on the full. Looking for Myercheck. So free kick for Bailey Dale, just sort of in front of the interchange.
Adam Treloar comes off for a rest. He's kicked his 3 goals tonight.
34 disposals.
And Bailey Smith comes back on. Yet to kick a goal. What's he had? About 38?
38, correct.
And Daniel getting plenty of the footy in this final term as well. This is his 11th disposal as he kicks it from the back of the square to Dunkley, who marks in front of the interchange gates.
So that was Caleb Daniels' 30th for the game. So, as you said, 11th for the quarter. Now he's had another one. Jack McRae's had 32. Treloar 36 and Bailey Smith 38.
And what about the most for the Pies? Get to you in a sec, Lingy, because Bailey Dale takes off. He kicks. In the end, Sweet had to thump it down, and then the Ruckman sweep with the scooping handball. Got it up to McNeil. Comes back to Bailey Dale. Out wide, Smith getting involved. That's number 39. Daniel gets involved with another kick. Can he hit up a teammate Norton once, twice? And then it's swatted away from him. He saw to get up. Good handball from McRae. Out to West. And West tries to curl one through. And he's missed a couple of set snaps tonight, does Riley West. Snapshots is the word I'm after.
I'll be as quick as I can. Smith 38, Treloar 36, McRae 32, Daniel 31, Libba 27, Dale 25, Dunkley 23 before we get to a Collingwood player, Taylor Adams 23.
Ooh, that says it all.
Some big numbers. 6-goal lead for the Bulldogs. Moore goes straight down the spine again to centre half back. Bailey Smith. Hand pass for the Dogs to McNeil, who's tackled high. Free kick Bulldogs, 55 out at centre half forward. Lachie McNeil, a premiership player as a teenager in the SANFL for Woodville West Torrens. Swings his kick out to half forward to Richards and spots up the Bont, who marks back in the corridor, 45 out. And that Marcus Bontempelli, after missing last week, will have a chance to try and kick his first here.
He's played that role of obviously midfield time as well, but been threatening as a forward. He hasn't kicked a goal yet. He's set 2 behinds. But he's been a threat up forward there to take a little bit of the pressure off Norton.
Bontempelli, the set shot after missing last week, back in the team. Finger up in the air, celebrates accordingly. And this game's well and truly on ice. Dogs by 7 goals. 21 minutes into the final term. The Bulldogs 13-14-92. Collingwood 7-8-50.
Just look at Richards again. That was him that found that target. He's been... We talk about Daniel, we talk about Dale, and an improved backline generally with Keith comes into the side, and I think Gardner's improved as well. But all of a sudden, you get Richards with great speed. He's a little bit taller than what you think. You always looked at him as a small half forward, and he's just added value, real value to them.
Back underway in the centre. Sting well and truly gone out of this contest. A few little mini rallies by the Pies at times. But the Dogs really set this up with the first 6 of the evening. There's a scrimmage still inside the centre square. Margin is 42 points. Sweet in as the ruck. Crisp steals it off the ground, charges along, tiptoeing through a few tackles. Richards comes out, hits it hard and then delivers softly and beautifully to Duray, who's got it defensive side of the outer wing. Short to West.
That speed of Richards, that's what breaks them up.
West back inboard, he goes to McRae. There's loose Bulldogs players everywhere here. McRae swings that left boot beautifully to Sweet. Now, what does the ruckman do here, Mick?
Well, he won't know. You're asking me.
And he's kicking long. He might just find a target. Not quite. Camis at the back. And then tackled over the boundary line. It was a tackle by Tyler Brown.
Dogs next week, so Saturday afternoon footy in Ballarat. They play the Gold Coast Suns. It will also be the 200th game for Adam Treloar. He's obviously had a night out here against his old team, so across 3 clubs. He'll get there next Saturday afternoon to the 200-game milestone for the boundary throw-in. Crisp, tackled by Treloar, gets a hand pass away to Nick Dacos, loops it to De Goey, so Collingwood off the back flank, swings it wide to Caleb Poulter. And the South Australian's off and running. He goes a long way, went too far. And the umpires pinged him for it with the travel call. And the Dogs are going to keep it in their front half.
Yeah, just talking about workload. When Jordan De Goey kicked that football sideways, 2 of the Dogs players ran past him to get into the back line. Not that he was needed, because the young fella just ran too far, but it does get down to work ethic. And that's why I reckon today, when you see all those possessions, sometimes they're doubling up for no particular reason, but they still are winning a lot of the loose football, which Collingwood haven't been able to do tonight.
McComb, Dunkley, Duray, and now McRae against the boundary line. The short kicking game for the Dogs, and waited for the option, and Zane Cordy provides it. Running into that channel at half forward. He takes the mark, 5 in from the boundary line, about 45 out at left half forward.
He's another good one. Like he's been a secondary ruck. He's a backline player that's now gone to the forward line to give a contest. And when I say gone, he's been there this year, but he's been a good second ruckman. Good contester.
On a premiership in just his 11th game. The famous Bulldog surname as he kicks right to the goal line. How goes to spoil? It stays alive. And Sidebottom can almost run it out of the defensive 50. Kicks to a one-on-one. Lipinski soccers it 40 metres further afield, but turns it over.
Sometimes the simplest stat is the one that says the most, though, Mick. Oh, hang on. No.
Gardner marks.
Just made it.
And then kicks across the ground. Lingy Duray takes the mark.
Bulldogs plus 41 in contested possessions. Oh. So everything is stemming from just a complete domination around the ball.
Duray goes out wide to Bailey Smith. He's outnumbered. Quaynor sitting over the top of it, eventually gets it out. Maynard away to Crisp. From the city wing, kicks down to Henry. Richards went early. Henry grabs the 40. Richards never gave up on it. Lays the tackle. Henry had to get rid of it. Gave it straight to Daniel, who chips to Dale at centre half back for the Bulldogs.
Got Bontempelli wider still, and he goes in that direction. Has time to look up and assess his options. He kicks to Camus. Couldn't mark. Flick back by Sidebottom. This might affect the Bulldogs here, because Scott with a little scoop up to Cordy. To West, it spins his way back to Camus on the left, snaps and goals. He got the first one for the Dogs tonight. Got them rolling with 2 in the first term. And now he adds his third. And Buku Khamis in just his third AFL game. Born in South Sudan, he moved to Australia 16 years ago as a refugee. Debuted with a goal, and he has got 3 tonight. He's been one of the great success stories of the Dogs here this evening. 14-14-98. Collingwood 7-8-50. It's a margin of 48 points.
He adds another dimension to him.
Yep.
He jumps. He's got a bit of height. His left foot's not. He's like Norton. Both of them have got a very straight left foot, which doesn't allow for that swing which you generally see with a left footer. But he's highly competitive and he's got good speed. So he adds real value.
44,029 the attendance. The bouncing has been crooked all night. We've got another wayward one in the middle. Buku Khamis, just his third game. 3 for him tonight. And straight out of the middle. Sweep down to Bontempelli. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Over the head of Khamis. And it slipped out of play. Forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
That was as easy as you like for Bontempelli out of the middle. That was a training drill.
That was... I was just thinking who was in Khamis there. Was that... I thought it was Maynard.
Yeah, it is.
He couldn't move him at all. Maynard did very well.
Boundary throw in. Sweet palms it down, but straight to Poulter. Hurried kick out to half-back. Scott punches it inside 50 again for the Bulldogs. Libber by hand away to McRae. Sweep in hand past the Bond against the boundary line. Surely not trying to bend it through. He's put it across the goal face. And out on the full.
This Collingwood midfield has been obliterated.
It's quite remarkable because they're not that bad. They're not that bad. But you know what's really the biggest worry? No variation. What I'd like to see, look, once it's not working, let's throw other players in there to see if it can be changed up.
So Maynard to Darcy Moore. Talk about that in the post-match. Did he improve his performance tonight? His direct opponent Norton has kicked 3 goals. Now Noble with a bit of space on the City side has a bounce and kicks, and he's able to hit up Poulter, wheels around and delivers for Hoskin. Elliott got up high, one bounce, traps it and then kicks to the goal square. Oh, he just misses Cameron. A crucial hand in there by Gardner, and then it's dribbled over the goal line for a rush behind. Margin is 47 points. We're in the 1 minute and 14 seconds left in this one. Doggies fans aren't moving from their seat, but plenty of Pies fans are exiting their arena at pace.
Dogs in an 8-week stretch here where they only play one side inside the top 8, and that's Richmond, who's a sort of fringe top 8 team, and they're currently 3-3, 6 games into that 8-week stretch, with games against the Gold Coast and West Coast to come in the next 2. So they'll start probably favourite in both of those games, a chance to get their record above 500 as the Dogs down that City wing. McNeil sold the dummy, then goes deep to Khamis, one-on-one with Maynard. Maynard, excellent. Spoils and then follows up and bangs it out of the defensive arc. Cordy goes flying over the top, but Howard marked it before then. Half back for the Magpies, looks into the corridor. Crisp the target, trying to reel it in off his knees. Just knocks it out in the direction of Adams. Libber just dives on top of the footy. And the ump lets them go. Dale, hand pass away to Daniel. He swings his kick to the outer wing. Mark taken by McRae. He has a bounce.
Adams and Libber on.
So Taylor Adams and Tom Liberatore in the middle of the ground involved in an altercation. You heard the whistle from the umpire, and they're going to pay the free for the Dogs. And the umpire realising the best thing he can do here is get play to keep going. Scott, hand pass to Bailey Smith, looks back into the corridor, and Williams takes the mark. Right on the full-time siren. They shopped early, the Bulldogs, and avoided the rush. They kicked 6 goals out of the gates and never looked back. And now just a matter of the final margin, with the defender having a shot after the siren.
And Liberatore and Adams in the centre having a chat, shaking hands. It started...
Bailey Williams with the kick after the bell. He misses to the near side. A behind. So the Dogs finish on 99. 14-15-99. Collingwood 7-9-51. The Dogs by 8 goals neat. With 9 players missing from their grand final team, the Western Bulldogs, it was a non-negotiable tonight. They had to come here and get the victory to keep their season on track. They did just that, an 8-goal victory over Collingwood, with games to come against the Suns and the Eagles in the next fortnight. They led by 32 at quarter time, 34 at the half, 46 at three-quarter time, and 48 in the finish. They win every quarter, the Western Bulldogs, set up by a 6-goal blitz to start the game.
Sons of the West, red, white, and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
What happened, Nick, with Taylor Adams and Tom Liberatore? What did you see?
Well, quite frankly, I'm not having a shot at umpires here. Libba dived underneath to tap the ball out, took the legs of Adams. Free kick. That's what the rule's there for. Wasn't paid. Adams took exception to it, pushed him, and then they had a bit of a slinging match. And he's a bull of a man, Adams, so he did the old throw, and he threw him. So, but once the siren went, 2 Bulls at it, 2 Warriors come together, shook hands, had a bit of a chat, realised that it was neither meant what they did, but it could have been fixed up by a free kick. That they're the most obvious free kicks because we got them in the game for a reason to protect the legs of footballs.
We've got the Charlie Sutton Bob Rose medal announcement coming up. I understand someone in this box has actually been voting on this throughout the night, Lingy.
Yes.
Any sort of, you haven't been looking over Kel's shoulder at all as she's been entering the votes?
I will completely back Kel's judgment as long as she had Adam Treloar as the 3 votes.
I missed.
Oh, she's rubbing it out and changing it. Don't change it, Kel. Don't fall for it.
Big numbers across the board for the Bulldogs, as Lingy touched on the latter stages of that quarter. So they had 114 more disposals tonight. Inside 50 count, 68 to 46. And the clearances plus 16 the Dogs' way. They won the contested possession count by 40. So as Lingy and Mick touched on all throughout the night, their midfield just totally dominated. Bailey Smith, 41. Jack McRae, 37. Treloar, 36. Daniel, 34. We've got the on-ground presentation to come shortly. We're just waiting for Adam Treloar to finish his on-field interview with Matthew Richardson. 30 for Liberatore, 29 for Dale and 26 for the Bond. So big numbers across the board. And the leading possession getter for Collingwood was Jack Crisp with 24. Let's kick it down to the presentation.
The Robert Rose Foundation. To assist with the presentation tonight, we have Natalie Rose, accompanied by her daughter Sally Caruana, and also the captain of the Collingwood AFL wheelchair team, Ben Jakovsky. Ben, if I could ask you to come forward now to please present the Bob Rose Charlie Sutton Medal to the player who tonight best exemplified the qualities for which Sutton and Rose became renowned for over their careers: courage, skill, leadership and sportsmanship. The winner of the Bob Rose Charlie Sutton Medal for 2022 from the Western Bulldogs, Adam Treloar.
As forecast by you, Lingy.
Good voting, Cal.
36 disposals, 3 goals, 1, 8 clearances, 9 score involvements. And just a little sweeter, just the second time he's played against his old mob. Adam Treloar in colour.
Always go for the story, Corbin. Game 199. He'll be doing a bit of media this week.
And the medal presented. Let's have a listen to Adam Treloar.
Yeah, obviously it's nice playing in front of big crowds. Used to playing in front of a Collingwood footy crowd, so it was nice to be out here playing in front of all you guys. Credit to the boys tonight. We put in a really good performance to be able to sustain that for most of the game. First class by the boys, and obviously my old boys, I love coming up against you. I love each and every single one of you, so well done and good luck for the rest of the year. Thanks, guys.
Adam Treloar, the Rose Sutton medalist.
Congratulations, Adam. Former Collingwood man, and you and Ben share a very special bond, so that's fantastic. Now, Natalie, if you could please come forward to present the Robert Rose Cup to the captain of the Western Bulldogs, Marcus Bontempelli.
So the presentation of the trophy to follow. We'll hear from Marcus as well.
Thank you very much. Obviously, Robert Rose Cup, really important awareness for a great cause in people with disability, and it's always a privilege to be able to play in a game that stands for something. And to the Rose family, thank you very much. Great contest tonight. Well done to the Collingwood boys, coming late all the way, sort of pushed us all the way to the end. So thank you very much, and well done to our lads. We'll keep moving forward. Thank you to everyone who turned out tonight. Really appreciate it. On we go. Thank you.
Marcus Bontempelli, the captain of the Western Bulldogs. 44,029 attended this match tonight. I think 44,000 have left, Corbin. There's about 29 left in the stadium at the moment. Obviously a Collingwood home game, so the Pies fans have piled out, and not too many left in the stadium for that presentation.
It was obviously well reported at the time that Adam Treloar didn't want to leave Collingwood. He was forced out due to the salary cap squeeze. And even though it's taken him 3 different clubs, he obviously started at GWS, went to Collingwood, and now he's at the Bulldogs to get the 200 games. You can hear the emotion in his voice, and he's obviously just spoken about it with Matthew Richardson on field as part of the television broadcast, just how much the Collingwood Football Club means to him. It's not as if it doesn't seem to be any kind of resentment to the place or the club, or I'm happy to leave that in the past. Clearly there's a huge part of his heart that's still there.
Oh, absolutely there is. I just still can't believe the way that they've spent that salary cap in order for him to be playing for the Western Bulldogs and paying some of his salary to have him be best on ground against them.
Yeah.
They've spent it in the wrong places.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, he's not the first and last. Well, he's the first. He's not the first. He may be the last when they start to figure these out. But it just seems to be with salary caps and players that, you know, look, I don't understand why those things take place. But it was a very messy finish to Collingwood.
Yep.
Because clearly he didn't want to go. And he fought that right through. In fact, he was anti-going to anywhere, and he was certainly anti-going to Footscray or the Western Bulldogs. But once you step foot in a football club, the gloves are off. You are virtually automatically, because you get absorbed in the history and the players around you and the coaching and then the supporters. And if you get accepted, and you get accepted by effort, it may well be a big mark, good kick, might be a great tackle. If you get accepted, then all of a sudden, you know, because I played for St Kilda and went to Richmond, and you think, oh, you know, cause I changed over on a Tuesday and played on I changed over on the Monday and played on the Tuesday, and all of a sudden you were part of it. So I understand. I had no intention, and personally wanted to leave St Kilda. It happened, and all of a sudden you find yourself in that position. So it's a credit to him the way he spoke about his Collingwood teammates, ex-teammates, and the supporters.
Yep.
Because you don't forget, but he also spoke highly of his own team, and I think that's important as well, because he's got to embrace that. That's the thing. People, it's a carousel. You're on, you're off. You might be on for only a split second. You might be on for a long time, and he spent a lot of time at Collingwood. This is his third club, as you said.
Where have they spent that money?
Oh, we will get to that conversation. Just one more on Treloar. I mean, it's every now and then you see players, they don't really appreciate that until their career's finished. They look back and think, that was a huge part of my life, but I'm sort of emotionally and sort of ready to move on to the next phase of my footy journey. That obviously wasn't Adam Treloar's story. It was sort of forced upon him.
Yeah, it was.
And in a similar way, Brendan Goddard, who worked for us the last couple of years, in a similar way, it was forced upon him that St Kilda were trying to move players out, and ultimately he went to Essendon, and you could remember that famous interview, I think it was with Cameron Mooney, that he did on the ground afterwards, and he was sort of trying to talk his way through it and said, I don't know why I'm crying, but it's sort of just this overflowing emotion that came up sort of playing against a team where, as you said, he felt so accepted there, and then all of a sudden, sort of not really by his own choice, he's got to go and find a new club and try to do it all again.
Let me say this, Corbin, it's not always the case. Some players become very bitter. And because of that circumstance, because of being thrown out, because of somewhere where they were 1 minute and they were gone the next, it just happens. I think it's fantastic that he was able to relate to Collingwood and also to the Dogs tonight. He'd be still hurting, make no mistake about it.
It's like a breakup that he's never got over.
That's exactly right. And because he spent so long there, but on the same token, he'll be hurt from a few things that took place, but he'll still have, and should have great memories. You know, and again, look, I can only speak from my point of view. When I crossed over, I was sort of walked in one day and they said, "You're cleared." Okay. So you had a hate session with them because you thought, why? Why am I, you know, I'm quite comfortable here at St Kilda. But it's years later, I still have a real soft spot for the Saints. First club, Russell Green, one of my best mates, I know he went to Hawthorn. I still talk to a few of the older players. You know, that's the way it is.
Winners by 8 goals, the Western Bulldogs into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges.
It is a very happy bunch here in the Bulldogs rooms for the 4th time this year, the doggy song. An unbelievably happy team will have Jack McRae, who was brilliant with 37 touches, very shortly for you guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll come back to you momentarily. So they get themselves to 4 and 5. Collingwood's record worsens to 4 and 5, and they actually leapfrog them, Mick, on the premiership table. So up to 9th. Now the Dogs. You mentioned the cap room for the Collingwood Football Club. So
couldn't help myself, Corb.
Long-term deals for De Goey, obviously, and a long-term deal for Darcy Moore, who we spoke about in the lead-up, but they had to let a few go, and I feel like the Adam Treloar one they're going to be reminded of multiple times before his career's done.
Well, I mean, you make those choices and you live and die by those choices as a list manager, but I get the Darcy Moore one, by the way. When you've got a key defender like that, you lock it away. I don't get the other ones. I mean, I couldn't believe the number of times Jordan De Goey got compared to Dustin Martin over the last 3 years and this money and everything like that. I mean, seriously? You watch that game tonight, Jordan De Goey got a few kicks in the last quarter when the game was over. You know what Dustin Martin does? He owns the game and owns the big moments and delivered premierships to his team. Jordan De Goey's not even in that hemisphere. Then they spent the money on Brodie Grundy, which is a ruckman who gets 12 or 15 touches a game, and okay, sure, you maybe pay them a little bit when you get a good ruckman, but they just got the balance of where that money had to go and the size of the money that went to certain players, and you lose the Adam Treloars and that type of people in your team, and that would hurt Collingwood supporters so much. And credit to Adam Treloar, everything you guys have been saying, because of the quality with which he delivers, but that would hurt Pies fans watching him just completely dominate tonight.
Let's go into the winners' rooms. The Bulldogs by 8 goals over Collingwood. Tim Hodges.
Jack McRae has been good enough to join us. Jack, can we not ask about you first, but ask about the guy next to us, Adam Treloar, game 199 for him, his 200th next week. The vindication he would get from being best on ground against his old team, you must be really happy for him.
Yeah, we're really, really stoked for him. You know, we always knew the talent that he has, and he showed that last year and this year, so it'd feel really good for him and us also to do it against his old club. But, he's been showing that, and we know that's what he's capable of.
37 touches yourself. You were brilliant again tonight. But the team, it felt like it was a united bunch to make sure you got the 4th win of the year to keep your season very much alive.
Yeah, it's probably something we've been lacking so far this year, especially in our losses. It's probably that even spread amongst the group all across the ground. So good to see, Buku coming into the team and showing quite a lot, and it's good to have Bonti and Keithy back, but it just spreads the load for us, and we're not going to be a great team if we're relying on 5 or 6 players every week.
So good to have Jack for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Jack, well done tonight. Fantastic win and your own performance around the middle of the ground. Just the domination of the contested ball and the clearances. Was that the big focus, that when you guys get that right and you hunt the footy and hunt the opposition, most other parts of your game takes care of itself?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's, a bit biased, but I think it goes a long way every week to winning the game. And, if you can play that territory game, especially I think in the first quarter, the ball was probably in our forward half pretty much the whole quarter. So it just sets our whole game up. And, you could tell that Collingwood were kind of on the back foot from there.
And what about through the middle part of the game? So you have the fantastic start. Second quarter, bits of the third quarter, was almost a stalemate arm wrestle. What was the talk like on the field? Was there frustration growing that you weren't able to break them more, or were you pretty content with the way that the game was shaping through that middle part?
Definitely not content. It was probably a lot of our mistakes were fueling their ball movement, and they had quite a few of those slingshot plays where we'd either have a shallow entry or cough the ball up, and then they've got some quite talented players. So something that we spoke about, we were really disappointed a few weeks ago against North Melbourne, where we built quite a good lead and then kind of didn't put our foot down. So it was good to it was a bit of a stalemate, as you said, but then put the foot down in the last quarter especially.
Jack, congratulations, particularly the way you've been able to keep your game so consistent for a number of years. Is there anything particularly before a game that you sort of focus in on? Because I'm just intrigued. I know you wouldn't probably set out to say, look, I'm going to get 30 plus, but you just seem to be able to get 30 plus, win, lose or draw. What's your main focus for young players?
Probably just for me is just work rate. I try and judge my game off how many contests I get to, and if I'm getting to over 100 plus contests, more often than not you're going to be able to impact the game. So just narrow my focus, and when you go into games trying to achieve things, it never seems to go your way. So just strip it back and just work rate to contest to contest.
Was there any particular talk to an opposition player out there tonight, like your brother?
No, not really. I tried late to get him a few kicks with. A bit of not the best defensive work, but it was a bit of. I don't think he found out about half an hour before, so it was probably something we've always wanted to do and play against each other. So it was pretty cool out there.
And your parents see it?
Yeah, I think they got there late, so I think my sister had a footy game on tonight, so I think they left straight away after the game. So it's probably good that he didn't get on till the third quarter.
And can I just ask, who do they barrack for?
We. Probably Bulldogs at this point still. I think, growing up it was a big Bulldogs family, and probably a bit of 50-50 now.
Right. Can I just ask you about Aaron Norton? He just seems to... He looked like he really did hurt his knee again tonight. He's obviously had something wrong, and we don't necessarily want to know exactly. But he ran down the race taped up. He hurt his leg, come back on again, retaped, and... Then got it bent back when he kicked that ball off the ground. I think he might have kicked the goal off the ground. So how's he travelling?
Yeah, all right. There's probably a few heart-in-the-mouth moments because you know how critical he is to our setup, and he's just a terrific player. In that position, it's a very combative position, so there's not many games that you get through unscathed without a few knocks, but he just keeps fronting up, and he's just one of those special players that you love playing with.
Is he able to train with that? Or does he need rest each week?
No, he's been training, which has been good. So, historically he's carrying quite a few injuries, so I think it's just his knees a bit sore, but he fronts up every week, no complaints, and he's playing pretty good footy.
Okay, just one final question. You guys, everyone knows who you are, and Smith and, Norton and so forth. One player that's jumped up for me has just, I know you're not playing as well as last year collectively at the moment, although tonight was a good step forward. But this player's, he's just seemed to add a lot of value to you, and that's Ed Richards. Can you tell us a little bit about why, he's made such a transformation from last year to this year? Because he's been so fantastic for you, I reckon, off the half-back line.
He has been fantastic. I think for him, probably just finding that consistent footy, he got drafted as a half-backer, and his first few years he found himself in the forward line and on the wing because we were pretty stacked in the back line, and to his credit, he's really knuckled down and really earned that half-back spot. And you can just see how strong and athletic he is, and he's playing full of confidence, which also frees up Caleb and Bailey Dale as well. So he fully deserves the form that he's playing right now.
Yeah, it's fantastic to watch.
Jack McRae with us on Grandstand AFL. Jack, it's Corbin Middlemass here. You're 9 games on since the grand final defeat last year. You only had 14 of the 23 that played that day represented tonight. If you look back, I guess, at the 9 weeks to start the season overall, how do you sum up your start to the season?
Oh, it's obviously, disappointing start. We're not content with one win, and where we haven't been able to string together our best footy this year, and so probably tonight is probably closest to our full 4-quarter performance, but we still got a way to go to get back to the form that we showed in glimpses last year. So I think tonight was a great step in the direction in the way we want to play with, as I touched on, playing the ball in our territory and dominating contested ball in our numbers. So not content or anything, and still a lot of work to do.
I know you're a big hoops fan as well. Have you been catching any of the NBA playoffs in between training and games?
Yes, we try and fit our schedule around, and watching the end of basketball games when we're meant to doing weights. So yeah, it's been good, especially with the playoffs this time of the year. All the boys get around it. So big Celtics fan, so I'll be watching the game tomorrow.
How do you rate their chances on the run home?
It was a heartbreaking loss the other day. So see how we bounce back. Not confident.
Yeah. Jack, appreciate your time. Congratulations on the win tonight. Good luck in Ballarat next week.
Thanks, boys. Hey, Corbin, can I just ask, just looking at Bailey's right eye, did you see him in the warm-up when he got collected and taken out friendly fire?
Yeah, I think Anthony Scott collected him. So
were you fearful at that stage that he was either KO'd or wouldn't be able to come back?
Yeah, I think... Well, Greg, our doctor, came over to him and did a quick test on him, so it would have felt pretty bad if you knocked out your own teammate pre-game, but I'll just put it down to they were very fiery in the warm-up. It was just friendly fire.
That right eye is a mess. Thanks, Jack. We really appreciate your time.
Cheers. Thanks, boys.
Thanks to Jack McRae and Tim Hodges in the Dogs rooms. And after all that, it was just the third time all year the Dogs didn't use their Medi sub at all. So we're watching Rourke Smith run around and kick the footy on the ground at the moment. So he was the unused sub. The Dogs now 4-5. Collingwood's record worsens to 4-5. The Dogs up to 9th on the premiership table with a superior percentage. An 8-goal victory over Collingwood.
Isn't it amazing when you see a team win who's been struggling, and a team that you know and have trusted in the previous couple of years, but see them dominate around the ball with players like Jack McRae and Bailey Smith and Bonds and Libba and all of them, win contested possession by 40, which is their blueprint, win clearances by a comfortable margin, and your mind just straight away starts thinking, oh yeah, why did I doubt them so much? This is a team that could easily get on a roll when they play like that through the middle of the ground. I've still got nagging little worries about their defence. I've still got nagging little worries about finding another forward option other than Aaron Norton. But when you see that midfield just control a game like that, you go, yeah, okay, the Dogs can be there again.
There's always a team like that, and there's always a team that you trust too much on their performance from the year before and not enough on the 9 weeks of what you've actually seen in this year's sample size. And the Dogs might be both, depending on which week you sort of catch them at the moment, where you think, am I worried too much about what they were last year and not enough this year? It's they're a fascinating watch 9 weeks into the season.
6 goal kickers tonight, of which, when you look at Treloar, played basically middle. Bonampelli kicked the last goal or thereabouts, and he was from the middle. Dunkley kicked 3, basically from the middle. I don't know whether their forwards are going to kick enough goals. One of the players who's going to be very interesting when he comes back, and I thought his start of the season was outstanding, is young English.
Yep.
Now, he will get forward, and because he grew so late, he's got skills of a midfielder and probably the brain of a midfielder. So he's able to determine when not to go forward when he's got it covered. And we also know, and I mentioned Dixon, but it's Bruce, of course I know, when he comes back, and you expect him to come back soon, I would have thought. And if he can get 4 or 5 games in, or 6 or 7 games in before the finals, assuming they make the finals, because even right now, we know that they've just popped themselves in front of Collingwood.
So they're 4-5,
yeah,
with the Suns and West Coast to come.
Well, you'd think they'd beat the Suns is off 5 days, I think.
Yep.
So that's
it's in Ballarat
next Saturday.
Yeah.
And the Suns play Sunday, so 6 days with travel.
Yeah.
I don't know who does a draw like that. Anyway,
but if you give them both, say Mick.
Yeah, well they should
that's
beat
6 and 5.
Yeah, so straight away, look, 12 gets you win. So you're looking at that sort of ratio where they're probably going to do enough to get in. Will they get in? Well, they won their flag from outside the top 4.
I was going to say it doesn't matter where you finish if you're Luke Beveridge.
Yeah,
then they won the flag from 7th.
7th, yes.
And 5th last year they made the granny.
Yeah, I know, but the safety is to have... If you the bye, I don't know how this bye works out. I don't know whether it does help you as a top 4 side, so I'm not 100% sure on that, because I think you might lose a little bit. But then again, what you might lose, then... And Norton gets the extra week's rest. So you've got to aim for that top 4. Right now, Melbourne are a certainty. I don't know if anyone else is. The way sides are playing, they have little runs that look good. Brisbane might, but
Brisbane, yeah.
I think Brisbane are starting to shift.
Yeah, I agree.
But Brisbane win a lot at home, but their finals football has been dreadful. And I don't think they play finals football during the season, Lingy. I reckon they leave a lot I don't like the way they play. That's going to take them into finals.
I just think there's a couple of players going to a new little level with them. I think Rayner's starting to go.
Yeah, he'll help.
I think McCluggage has making that extra jump. So it's no longer kneel or bust for me. I think there's others who are there. I think they're becoming... I've kind of got Melbourne, a big daylight. Brisbane, a slither of daylight. And then the rest of the chasing pack, and you could throw 6 or 7 teams in that.
I think most would agree with you.
Yeah. So the only other team with a percentage of 150 or more with one loss for the season is Fremantle.
And they're in that next slot for me.
So you don't have them with...
Maybe I'm slow. Yeah. I should be faster in trusting
with
them more.
What about your Cats, mate? What's the difference between them being in the same breath as Melbourne or maybe Brisbane and where they're at?
The sustainability of their midfield and their midfield spread. They've got the big... They're never going to give up in the contest, but the ability to get out into the open and break the midfield and give that potent forward line enough chances. But they're with... I've got Fremantle, Geelong. They're in that next...
See, Carlton without Mackay is going to be interesting because Curno's now jumping up. Curno is a dangerous footballer. Now, he's going to be out for 6 weeks. Big fellas... Let's say it takes 7 or 8 weeks to find his touch. He's going to be coming into finals, late in the season. So Carlton aren't far off, but the Saints aren't far off. But we all keep saying they're not far off, but it's just the consistency level. This side here, as I said, the first quarter looked fantastic. Second quarter was dreadful. It was the worst quarter of football you want to see. That's the second quarter. Then they started to bounce back a bit. I'm not sold on any of the sides outside the 8 at the moment. They've got to replace someone in the 8. So that's the Dogs, Collingwood, and Port. I don't think any of the other sides can make it. The GWS, well, let's see what happens tomorrow. But I just think that if you can finish in the top 4 and give those players with illnesses and the injuries a chance to get an extra week up their sleeve, at this is the first time it might actually work that the bye helps you.
A quick other talking point out of the night was the umpire dissent 50-metre penalty. If you read the article today in the Herald Sun where Brad Scott was quoted basically saying that the umpire dissent rule had sorted itself out. So he was saying, look, it's no longer an issue anymore. It's been sorted. And tonight we had multiple 50-metre penalties as a result of umpire dissent.
So
the biggest one was Jordan De Goey.
It's not dissent.
We saw it late. Well,
his hands went out. His arms go out, which I know that's a trigger. It was a clear free kick. He turns.
He does turn to the umpire and make eye contact, and both arms go out, and then you can see him just
hold his breath
and try and then as soon as the whistle goes, he drops his head. And I think you're onto something, Mick Malthouse. His eyes went straight to the bench, straight to Craig McRae. And then he walks towards the bench. So I think there is a team rule at Collingwood is if you give away a 50 for dissent, you come straight to the bench.
That may well be the case, but can I go to the rule? Is Jordan De Goey's reaction to this not exactly what we want from the dissent? As in, he goes to blow up. Because it's an emotional game, he's frustrated with himself. And then he holds it and he turns his vision back up the ground to the kicker.
That's a great point.
Isn't that the control we want from our players?
Absolutely.
So don't penalise that control.
It's amazing Brad Scott was literally speaking about this today in the press, saying that the rule sorted itself out. We're happy with the last 2 weeks. It was all we spoke about 2 weeks ago. And then we haven't really seen any at all for 2 weekends of footy. And then tonight we get a flurry of them.
Do we know what that Karmas was on the other side of the ground?
No.
Was that umpire dissent? Was that him?
It was either him or Norton.
Putting his hands?
running by at the time.
Yeah. So that one of De Goey, my article is and was last week about the fact that the umpires are now being demonstrative in their decision to declare a 50-metre penalty. That's bringing more pressure on the umpires. That there would have been far better to go, that's okay, Jordan. And, you know, there's umpires that will just do that and settle it down by even saying Jordan. I mean, I'm against that. I'd rather use a number. But if that settles it down. Now, he did not make... He thought it was a hole in the ball. He made a mistake in his tackle. He's accepted it. No dissent. Don't free kick him. What do you get out of that? If you turn around, you go right at the umpire every day of the week. In fact, I'd almost be saying if you point your finger at an umpire and you ever going like that, you miss a week. Because that gets rid of it.
And I feel like the players adjusted really quick.
Yep.
And we've had 2 sensible weeks with it where the umpires haven't reacted to little things like that. And it feels like we're right back at the Harris Andrews original thing again, where we've got these minor little incidents that are now costing teams 50 and a massive turning points in games.
And it turns the crowd.
Oh,
one of the things we want to do is let the umpires walk off the ground and you go, who umpired the game? You know, they want to blend. You don't want them to rule the game. We know umpires control the game. We don't want them to rule the game where they incur the wrath of people only because of...
It's not their fault, though.
It's not their fault.
No,
it's
not
the
their fault.
rules' fault. That's where I'm coming from. It's not... We are overloading the umpires unnecessarily.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Lingy, where are you going?
Oh, you know what I'm going to do, Corpse?
You're going to disagree with me.
No, I'm going to back you in. Every single day of the week I would, Cal, and tonight especially. I'm going to go the one vote to Jack McRae, the man we just spoke to. I thought he was superb. 4 quarters. I know the last quarter probably doesn't matter as much, but he continued to find the footy, won a heap of clearances. I think he had the most clearances on the ground. He's an absolute star, Jack McRae. He did 9 clearances. 2 votes. I'm going to Bailey Smith. The man that I think there needs to be a fresh memo sent out to clubs that he's a good player. Start going near him because he was allowed to have 41 disposals and just pretty much do whatever he wants. The only little blip on him was he missed his 2 shots at goal for 2 behinds.
I was relieved because it made the 3 votes easier for me to...
It did, didn't it? Adam Treloar just completely locked it away. 35 disposals and 3 goals, and he broke the game open at times and set up other goals as well. A superb performance by him. He deserves the 3 votes.
3 for Treloar, 2 for Bailey Smith, 1 for Jack McRae. Happy with that, Cal?
I'm happy with that.
Yep. Is that exactly the same?
Is that what you went with, by the way? Or did you go with Libba?
I was thinking Libba number 3.
Yep.
And then I had a look. And, no, I went...
Are votes posted on the website like they are for most of these medals?
I'm not going to tell you, yeah.
Okay.
No, I went with McRae because I knew we were going to chat to him after. So. No.
Tomorrow, Sports Talk in WA, Mick, you'll be on there. There's plenty to talk about it. I saw Russell Gibbs, the chairman, wrote a letter to members.
Yeah, I got that. Can I remember?
Yeah.
Of course.
And there's a review.
Essentially saying...
Looks like it's a review.
We're on the right track. We're happy with the chief executive and the senior coach and everything's sort of going forward. So I'm sure that'll be discussed tomorrow on ABC Radio in Perth. The lead... Lingy, you'll be there for that?
We are, 12 o'clock tomorrow with Clinchy and Adam Ramanauskas. We'll have plenty to talk about out of tonight's game and looking into the weekend's matches as well.
I think you'll be doing a bit of umpire dissent.
I think we might
get
be,
the feeling that'll come up on both those programs tomorrow. So 10 a.m. in the West for Sports Talk and the lead, of course, in Victoria. And, of course, for South Australia, it'll be SA Grandstand, so starting 12 noon Australian Eastern Standard Time. Offside of Sunday, Cal?
Biggest sporting event of the weekend, Glasgow.
Yes.
Ange gets his hands on the trophy.
Is that why you're wearing green?
I am.
I was waiting for you to embed some white hoops or something.
How good's that?
It's unbelievable.
How great is that?
Footballing moment ever in Australia.
The footy to follow tomorrow. Hawthorn up against Richmond from the MCGs in the afternoon time slot. And, of course, all the footy action throughout the weekend here on ABC Radio. For those of you in Adelaide, you'll be getting the game between North and Port. Catch us tomorrow on Grandstand AFL. Tonight, Adam Treloar best of field against his old mob. The Dogs winners by 8 goals over Collingwood. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.